2, 3, 4. Hello.
Hello.
It is time for FriGay Nights. Ooh, that doesn't sound good out of the mouth, does it?
No, it doesn't. FriGay Nights.
It looks good on the. It looks good on the
Not very
screen.
smooth.
It just does not come out of the mouth very well.
Nope.
FriGay Nights.
FriGay Nights.
FriGay Nights. Well, I decided to come up with a name for it because I like to name things on my channel.
Yeah.
And that's what I came up with. If you can come up with anything better, keep it to yourself.
Get fucked.
Yeah, exactly. I'm joined by Haru. We're
Hello.
gay,
We're very gay.
and it is Pride Month.
Yeah.
Now, normally we would be on Haru's channel, but we finished that. We finished Pokemon, so now we're over here. We're gonna do a little bit of Magic: The Gathering.
Gathering magic.
Yeah, or as I titled the stream, Vampire the Vampiring.
Ah, yes. Indeed.
Yeah, we're gonna make a vampire deck because I've been pulling a decent amount of vampire stuff, and
yeah.
because I just grab Magic: The Gathering packs for fun. They have some nice art.
They do.
How did you get baited, Sarge? You checked Haru's channel. We just explained that we're doing it on this channel for the next series, Fire Emblem, next time. So,
I'm not posting you on my channel. I should be.
What now?
I need to check if I'm actually hosting you on my channel.
I don't think anyone actually checks the hosting, anyways. So.
Yeah, but like in the case of Sarge, he popped over to my channel and saw that I wasn't streaming. I have no idea, but we're gonna just
which one?
post.
Which one, Sarge? Maybe the one that you lent me.
All right, now I'm hosting.
You gained blood vials for hosting me.
Hell yeah.
By the way, chat, if you notice anything different about the way that I move, I've made some slight adjustments to my tracking. So I'm a little bit more mobile now. And the face tracking should be a little bit more accurate. You can only do so much with a Vroid and not having the iPhone AR kit. I keep calling it AR kit because that's what I was like. That's how I read it. But it's AR kit, like augmented reality. Gonna get an iPhone. Not as a phone. I'm gonna get an old iPhone as a cat to use exclusively as a camera.
Yeah. Only
eventually.
if you can find one cheap.
Yeah. But it doesn't really matter because the Vroid doesn't have that stuff anyways. I'd have to put it in myself, I think. So it doesn't really matter
a lot
for
of
now.
work.
Yeah. All right. How has camera tech not branched out to things other than iPhone? Well, that's just the thing, is that this isn't camera tech. This is face tracking technology. And nobody cares except for Apple, because Apple uses it for their password stuff. Their facial
Apple uses
passwords.
it so that they can recognize you on any street face cams.
Yeah.
So if you commit any crimes, they can hunt you down within seconds.
But not for the police. For Apple.
Yeah.
Apple refuses
Apple's
to cooperate
personalized
with the
police force.
which is good. Don't get me wrong. Apple should not cooperate with the police. However.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna be building a deck, a vampire deck.
Yeah.
Vampire.
So, very first question. Which format are we working with?
Flip a coin.
My feeling, there's not just two formats. My feeling
there's
is...
two important formats.
Sure. Yeah. What I'm feeling is probably Commander, since that's my favorite and the one where I most know how to build decks. That said, it has a few downsides. Number one is color restrictions, because vampires come in 4 different colors, and the most colors that any commander vampire has is 3. So we would be losing out on 1 color if we did that. The other issue is that because it's 100 card singleton, finding enough, finding all the cards that we need for it is going to take longer. Also, there's a bajillion vampires in Magic. So I don't think just going through every single vampire that was ever printed and deciding if we should keep it or not would be very time efficient. EDA Trek has a wonderful tool where it's just got a bunch of recommended vampires, and you can just kind of look through those and decide which ones you want or not.
What about the least recommended vampires? I want to make the jankiest vampire deck available. No. Okay. By the way, let me know if the music is too loud and I'll find a way to turn it down. I got some lo-fi beats going.
But yeah, if we don't do Commander, we could also do just your regular 60 card deck. Not standard, we're not going to do standard, but I'd say either just tabletop or modern or legacy. One of those 3.
It is exactly that, actually, Sarge. It is the lo-fi radio with the girl, because that is royalty free, in case you didn't know.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts?
No thoughts. Head empty.
Well, I'd say let's go with Commander, because that has the easiest tool to work with.
Now, see, you would think it would have to be royalty free. However, it wasn't until recently.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to go to the internet?
Yeah.
Let's go to the
And
internet.
here I'm gonna share with you the link that I'm at right now. So this website is called EDH Rec. And basically, EDH, by the way, is another way to say Commander, Elder Dragon, Highlander. It is a Highlander format with an. Previously, it used to just be built around the Elder Dragons, which were like the big legendaries back in the old days. And that's why it's Elder Dragon, Highlander, even though you're not necessarily going to be playing with an Elder Dragon.
Now, are the Elder Dragons anything like the Dragon Rulers?
I have no idea.
Did they ruin a format all by themselves?
I mean, not the original ones. Actually, I have no idea. I don't know what Magic was like back in the day. I presume that, I mean, Nicol Bolas was probably good back in the day because all he has to do is hit you and you discard your entire hand. So
Morphe.
That's probably good. Hey, it's Morphe.
When the Morphon soul is here.
Yes, indeed. So now the question is, what colors are we going with? There are two. I recommend going with the 3-color option. Sure. So I definitely recommend going with a 3-color option. So the 4 colors that have vampires is everything but green. Green doesn't get vampires. Black is.
It seems
the
like
most
such a natural
prevalent
combination. Plants and vampires.
Exactly.
I know not
black
all
is the
plants,
most common. And actually, you would be a green and something vampire because of your green thumb. But yeah, let's see. So the 2 3-color options are black, red, and blue, and black, red, and white.
White.
I think the main reason to do blue would just be so we could play with Evelyn.
I see that.
But otherwise, I don't think there are that many good blue vampires.
Wait, when it's a half blue,
vampires
when it's a half blue, half black, you could pay with black, right?
You can pay for it with black. However, its color identity is still blue, and therefore illegal to play in a commander deck that doesn't have blue. Unless you're playing with like house rules or something.
I never realized Magic or Commander was so xenophobic.
Yeah, it's very segregated. Color identity is very important. And that's actually one of the hot running debates in Commander for several years is like they should just like if there's a hybrid mana cost like Evelyn, you should just be allowed to play it.
Yeah, it does feel like something that would be a weird splitting hair.
But, you know, it is what it is. I think for the case of this stream, though, we should just follow the general rules for Commander, which is no hybrid costs if the color identity doesn't match up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, my guess is, my very first thought is, as good as Evelyn is, I've played with this card a lot recently, and it's a very good card. However, there's not that many good blue vampires. So I think Edgar is probably the best pick for vampires, especially because he just makes a vampire every single turn.
God damn. Look at his price.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sheesh.
Magic is a thing.
Am I gonna make this IRL? Not if, not if that's a part of it.
Yeah, I'd recommend if you want to make an IRL vampire deck, probably best to just like do some budget tabletop build. So we're going with Edgar.
That's our. Is that our gonna? Are we making commander?
Sure. That's what I was assuming.
Is that gonna be our commander?
Yeah, Edgar should be our commander.
Okay, I need to deck storage. Make a new deck. Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over to the cockatrice screen real quick so you can see what I'm doing. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. I should change it for what you see as well. What? 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 I don't know what just happened.
Interesting.
Open deck editor.
I've got cockatrice on my end because I don't fully remember how it works.
Make a deck. Hello. Oh wait, is it here? Do I do it here?
So
this is deck name. So if I just like
yeah,
press plus
so
button,
on that side is where the deck is. Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it.
I don't know if we want this, but I can remove it. Haha. Okay. Vampire.
Yeah.
We have successfully started a deck. All right, now I'm going to go back to the internet scene so you can see the stuff we pick.
So Edgar Markov is going to be the commander here. Edgar, by the way, is, in lore terms, he is Soren's brother, and in the most recent Innistrad set, he marries Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he marries Olivia. I guess he just liked her or something. I don't know. There are probably political reasons for it, but point being, they're married now, and therefore Olivia is now Soren's sister-in-law. But none of that really matters because we just care about the fact that they have the V word in their name or type.
The V word, Vracker.
Yes.
I don't know how to turn the deck into a commander deck, so I don't know how to make Markov a commander.
The way you do that is, I think you just add him to the sideboard.
Okay, I put him in the sideboard.
Yeah.
At the very least, we'll be able to do that later. If it's in the sideboard. Oh, my mouse has disappeared.
Mouse, come back.
There we go. Something about Discord and streaming at the same time makes my mouse disappear sometimes.
Weird.
All right, so we put Mr. Markov in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
We've successfully put one card in this 100 card deck.
99 cards to go. although like 30 something of those are going to be lands, which is going to make it easier.
That is true.
Actually, I'd say probably 40. 40 is a good number. But anyway, back to EDH Rec. Go ahead and click on Edgar. And now this will take you to... It's basically an average of every single person that has ever built an Edgar deck and posted it to here.
Aha.
So it breaks everything down into like cards that have synergy, cards that... Some cards have assault rating, which means if you play against this, other players are going to be salty.
Hell yeah.
And it's all obviously got prices and stuff. Don't need to worry about that. So yeah, it's just kind of... Yeah. So yeah, it's just kind of broken down into new cards. These are the cards that have come out in a recent set that work with this commander. There's high synergy cards, which are cards that all care about... that are all kind of... they work and complement the commander very well. Top cards are just cards that are most frequently played with this commander. They aren't necessarily going to be cards that synergize well, like Swords to Plowshares is just the best white removal card ever printed. That's the only reason why it's here.
White removal is what I'm talking about, baby.
Yes. yes. Then creatures is, well, obviously creatures that work well. Most of these should be vampires. If there's a single non-vampire, I'm going to throw a fit.
I'm
Vampire. I mean, there's probably like a single shape. Yep, there's a shapeshifter.
Aha. Are shapeshifters anything?
Shapeshifters are all creature types, usually.
Cool. That makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah, Mirror Entity is a shapeshifter.
Yeah, there's another shapeshifter.
I'm not actually sure if we're gonna play with Mirror Entity or not, but let's not worry about that for now. Below creatures are instants. These are all the instant cards that people like to play with this deck, and I guarantee you probably 90% of these are just instants that players like to play with in any black, white, and red deck.
Sure.
Same with the sorceries, utility artifacts, enchantments. Oh, okay. First, let's talk about utility artifacts. There's a lot of good tribal artifacts, like artifacts that care about you playing all one tribe.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be wanting a few of those. We'll work out which ones we want later. But Vanquisher's Banner is a good one. Herald's Horn is a good one. So yeah, keep those in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Now down to enchantments. There's a lot of good vampire-based enchantments. Legion's Landing is one that makes a vampire, and then it turns into a land. Exquisite Blood is actually part of an infinite combo that vampire decks or any life gain deck at all can use to win.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll definitely be playing Explicit Blood. I want to put that infinite combo in your deck.
Then we can think that we're invisible.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a few decent enchantments to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Planeswalkers. You will notice they're all Sorin. Every single Planeswalker is Sorin. You have to play Sorin if you're playing a vampire deck. Some of the Sorins care about you playing vampires. Some of them are just Sorin.
Look at this one. Oh, hello there. I didn't see you come in. Welcome to my crib.
Let's see. Yeah, so...
He simply does not have any mirth.
He does not.
He lacks it.
He's just He's just chilling. By the way, which of these is my favorite Soren? I kind of like Grim Nemesis. He's the one that I play the most. But, he might not be good for your deck necessarily. But if you can get that last ability off, it's great. And then, of course, there's lands, mana artifacts, and more lands.
Yeah. I'm looking at them lands, because I have one of these. I'm pretty sure I pulled one of these. And I don't remember
Yeah,
which one.
I think you did.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was some red-black land.
Yeah. So, with all that said, EDH Rec is a well-built website, very well laid out, so basically just kind of do everything in order, top to bottom. I guess we can ignore the new cards for the most part, but just like start with the high synergy cards.
Well, these cards all seem to have some high synergy.
Yeah, so like Stormkirk Captain and Captivating Vampire are both vampires that boost other vampires. The term is Lord, by the way. A Lord is a creature who boosts the stats of all other creatures that have a certain type.
That's like the entire mechanic behind the Lord craft or whatever the fuck it's called in Shadowverse. The Nightcraft, I think, actually, maybe. It's like there's the lords and then the soldiers or something like that. It's like there's like commanders and whatever, and then the commanders buff them and the other ones get buffed. Okay, so yeah, they do that. Similar costs.
And yeah, frankly, I'm just going to kind of skim through these and see which of these you don't want to include, because otherwise, I think they're all great includes. What does Welcoming Vampire do? I have not seen this card ever.
Me when I'm welcoming.
Ooh. It's a card draw card. Yeah, you definitely want Welcoming Vampire.
Oh, the art that showed up on Cockatrice I like a lot better. It's the one from the most recent set instead of this one that they made, or that they have. Here, I bet it'll show up if I click on it and... No? Okay. Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. That's the Captivating Vampire. Oh, I see. It's the black and white version of it. That's why. It's the same art, but it's the black and white version.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sarge is confused about card draw in white.
Yeah, white was the color in Magic that basically always got the shorter end of the stick when it came to card draw. Like, Wizards of the Coast was just like, no, white is not allowed to draw cards, ever. And more recently, they're like, what? That makes white the weakest color? What? So they've been trying to change that up. They've been playing around with ways to get white to draw cards that isn't just like too powerful. So that's what Welcoming Vampire is. It's an ability that can only trigger once per turn. So that's kind of how they keep that limited. Yeah, let's see. I'm kind of wondering about Indulgent Aristocrat.
Lifelink.
That one's kind of a maybe card.
Mm-hmm.
It's great that its ability can put 1/1 counters on all your vampires. I'm just not sure how often we want to be sacrificing stuff. Like, are we going to be leaning into aristocrat strategy much? Which is, by the way, the strategy to basically sacrifice a bunch of your creatures for advantage.
Aha. That sounds like something aristocrats would do.
Yeah. Oh, heck, the name's even aristocrat. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we adding the Stromkirk and the captivating?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And the cordial.
Yep, all those cards we want to have. They're all pretty good. The cordial vampire is a bit hard on the mana cost, I guess, because it's just double black, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, just like anything that boosts all your vampires you want.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Okay, you know what? Just go ahead and add all of these. All the highest energy cards
Sure.
seem pretty solid. Even the Indulgent Aristocrat, which I'm not so sure about. I know you're going to want to sacrifice some vampires. So, yeah.
Sure. Makes sense to me. And you know I'm all about sacrificing.
Yeah.
What's your name, buddy? Sanctum Seeker. Me when I'm sinking out a sanctum. At the very least, the ones from your commander are worthy sacrifices.
Oh yeah, true. Edgar makes vampires every single turn. Oh, that's perfect.
Bloodline Keeper. You're seeking sanctums over here. Indulgent Aristocrat. Vampire Socialite. Vampire. Blood Artist. Anything for your art. Malakir Blood Witch. Drana. Right there. Because I already typed in Malakir. Vito! Hey, Vito!
Vito's the card that goes infinite with what was that enchantment called? Exquisite Blood.
Aha.
If you have Vito and Exquisite Blood out and do anything that either gains you life or makes your opponent lose life, you just go infinite and drain their entire life.
Yeah, I see how that would work. Alright, we've got them all.
Sweet. By the way, I just want to throw in a little bit fun fact here. You might notice a few of these vampires from like various different sets kind of look different from one another. Like the Malakir, Blood Witch, and Drana are from the same set, and though that's from what's the set called? Zendikar. They're both from Zendikar, which have like, red stripes on them and like war paint, that they got that kind of cool look going for them. The ones that stand out the most, in my opinion, are Legion Lieutenant and Sanctum Seeker. Those are vampires from Ixalan.
Yeah, I noticed that there was
And
like this conquistador
yeah,
vampire thing going on.
yeah. On Ixalan, vampires are conquistadors.
Fitting.
So, yeah. That's kind of what the role they played during that storyline.
Makes
So,
sense.
now, let's go down to top cards.
I'm already there, baby.
Hell yeah. Let's ignore anything that isn't a creature right now. All we care about is creatures.
Sure.
So Skull Clamp and Swords to Plowshares, go fuck off.
Edgar number 2, though?
Yeah, Edgar number 2. He's from the most recent Innistrad set. He's very good.
Okay.
He boosts all your vampires, and he's hard to kill. Because if you kill him, he just comes back.
Sure. Edgar number 2. We officially have 16 cards now.
Sweet. Then...
Sarge asks if Edgar would be able to be out because of the legendary
yes.
rule.
The legendary rule is only if they're the exact same card.
Yeah, this is Edgar the Charmed Groom.
Yeah. So I used to worry about that too. That's how the Planeswalker uniqueness rule used to work. And then they scrapped that rule and just said, okay, now all Planeswalkers are legendary, and they follow the legend rule. The legend rule is a lot simpler. It only cares if they have the exact same name as one another. The Planeswalker uniqueness rule was the one that followed the rules of, like, you're only allowed to have one Sorin Planeswalker in play at any time. You cannot have, like, if they're both named Sorin, doesn't matter if they have different names. If they both are Sorin, you can only have one. But they changed that.
Ooh.
All that said, though, let's see.
Cruel Celebrant?
Yeah, Cruel Celebrant is good. Cruel Celebrant follows the aristocrat strategy of you want your stuff to die.
Sure.
So being able to drain your opponent is very good. Looking at the second row, all of these cards look very good. Vampire Nighthawk is just kind of a staple. It's a very efficient card with flying, death touch, and lifelink. Makes it very annoying to any player who has a big creature.
Interesting. I was about to say it looked like it sucks.
Yeah, no, because it's just very efficient, right? For only 3 mana, it's got flying, which not a lot of creatures have flying. And also, if you're playing a vampire deck, you want some things that have flying because you're not necessarily going to have a lot of flying creatures. So you need to be able to block your opponent's stuff that does have flying if they're playing a flyers deck. Death Touch just kills anything. As long as the thing isn't indestructible or prevents damage, it just kills it flat outright, doesn't care what the toughness is.
Interesting.
And lifelink, well, it gains you life. And that's kind of what vampire decks like to do, is they like to gain life. Like, that's one of the sub-themes of pretty much any vampire card, is you weaken your opponent and you get stronger. Because that's how vampires work.
Yeah. I should know.
So yeah, probably want Vampire Nighthawk, Rakish Air. Rakish. He likes to rake things. His favorite season is fall, and have a good guess as to why.
God, No, it's rakish as in like a rake, as in like a thief, a skullduggery.
Oh, I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. At this point, that's pretty obvious. we put them in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a little bit weaker from the other stuff because for his stuff to actually boost your vampires, they have to connect, which isn't always going to be easy to make happen, but there are ways to do that. And if your opponent has no blockers, then your stuff just gets bigger every single turn.
Yeah. And Nighthawk can fly over it and get the +1.
Yeah, exactly. Then
I gotta be honest, Commander seems like a really weird format with it being Highlander and extra cards. Like, just absolutely no consistency whatsoever. Every time you play, you get a new hand that you've never seen before.
Exactly. Yeah. You're gonna play games where you will not see a lot of these cards unless you're playing a deck that mills yourself a lot or draws a bunch of cards, in which case you probably will see every single one of these cards every single game.
Okay, see, I think this is why. So I for those in chat, I watch a lot of MBT Yu-Gi-Oh, and MBT stands for Mono Blue Tron, which is a Magic the Gathering deck. So he used to play a lot of this, and he says that he hates Commander because it's always 3 people who are doing infinite combos and 1 person who has all the negate cards to negate the infinite combos. He calls it the daddy of the group who comes in and says, "Okay, no, we're going to have to play Magic the Gathering." He says he hates it because of that. So like, I'm starting to see why, because if you have a format where you have 100 cards, all singletons, no consistency whatsoever, the only way to be consistent is to create an infinite combo loop where you draw your entire deck. So that means the only good decks would be ones where you can infinitely combo off and draw your entire deck.
So that's what you're gonna see a lot in like competitive Commander and like very high power level play groups. Like every single deck is gonna have like 10 different infinite combos, and you're gonna have like, you know, the control deck that is specifically designed to stop any of those combos from actually happening.
Yeah.
My play group is a little bit different. Like, we just kind of just like to play jank and just have fun with the fact that you're allowed 100 different cards. Like, yes, the consistency is gonna be low, but like the only consistency that matters is your commander.
Sure. I was about to say that Forerunner of the Legion looks good, but then I read the rest of it's a first effect, and I was like, it's a searcher card, except it puts it on top of your deck instead of adding it to your hand.
Weak. Tutoring is the term we use in Magic, by the way.
It's
when you search for something. Yeah. It's a weak tutor, but it is still a tutor. And also its second ability is
vampires have a
pretty
whole lot
relevant.
of those.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Black has every tutor in the entire game. Alright, good night, Sarge. Black has access to the best tutors in the game, which are the tutors that just search for any card in your deck and put them in your hand. So vampires don't really need creatures that do a lot of tutoring.
Sure. Are we putting them in?
Yeah. Go ahead and put that one in.
I already forgot his name. Let me hover over that. Forerunner. Okay. Forerunner sounds like one that would be a search card. I imagine most cards that have the word Forerunner in the name are searchers.
I believe Well, I know for a fact Forerunner of the Legion was part of a cycle, one of each color that had a very similar effect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think each of them was called Forerunner of something or other.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I'm
I
seeing them
could
right
be
here.
wrong.
Forerunner of Slaughter, Forerunner of the Coalition, Forerunner of the Empire,
Yep.
Forerunner of the Heralds,
Mhm.
Forerunner of the Legion.
Yep.
Okay, Forerunner of Slaughter is actually part of a different thing, but yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember what Forerunner of the Slaughter does.
It is devoid.
Target. Oh, yeah. It's an Eldrazi card.
And it's not a search card at all.
Yeah, it's an Eldrazi. And it does Eldrazi things.
Uh-huh. I have no idea what that means, but go off.
Yeah. Eldrazi is another creature type, and it's, I would argue, the most unique creature type in Magic with the stuff it does. But anyway, back to the deck building. Champion of Dusk is a must include. It's just you draw cards equal to the number of vampires you have.
Sounds like that could get silly.
Yeah. It does the black way of drawing cards, which is you lose life for each card that you draw. But that's not going to matter in a vampire deck because vampires have lifelink. Or a lot of them do.
Interesting that you gotta like you can't play this if you don't have the life. You could have too many vampires and not enough life to play.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, if you're losing against an aggro deck and you draw this card, it's not gonna feel good.
It's not even an optional effect. It's mandatory.
Yep.
How about Vampire of the Dire Moon? She's really pretty. Are we adding her?
Yes, we are. She is basically a better, well, slightly more efficient Vampire Nighthawk. Because she too has Death Touch and Lifelink, but she only costs 1 mana. Downside is she doesn't have flying and her stats are terrible.
I see that.
But you mostly just care about the fact she has Death Touch.
So she's basically just a removal spell?
Yeah.
Sure. Patron of the Vein.
Let's see.
Vein, for those of you who are just listening.
Okay, so the first effect seems pretty good. The second one, whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, exile it and put a 1/1 counter on each. Oh. So the one thing that's holding me back about this card is the cost. 6 mana is a lot. But it does a lot for 6 mana. You get a 4/4 flyer. You get a removal spell. And you get just an ongoing effect where anytime you kill one of your opponent's stuff, you pump your entire team. And the exiling can become important too. Also in EDH, like, mana isn't... Like, there's a lot of good artifacts that get you more mana, so it costing 6 isn't gonna hurt as much as it would otherwise.
Sure.
So, yeah, I'd say go ahead and include it.
Alrighty. 23 cards.
So let's see, as far as Yahenni goes...
Me when I'm talking to the chicken farmer across the street. Come and get Yahenni!
So let's see, for Yahenni, fine. His first ability is kind of very dependent on how easy it is for you to kill your opponent's stuff and how much stuff your opponent's going to have for you to kill in the first place. The only really relevant thing Yahenni has is the fact you can sacrifice a creature to give him indestructible. So I'd say include him for that alone.
Alrighty.
But if we need to cut something, he might be one of the first ones to go.
There are 2 Yahenni cards total.
There's Yahenni's Expertise,
Yeah.
which is a spell.
Yeah.
And technically, all of them are spells, but I usually just say, like, instants on sorceries are spells.
Yeah. Because they're the spell cards from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. Elenda?
She is very good.
Right.
Yeah, so like her, whenever another creature dies, put a 1/1 counter. That is any creature, so like you can sacrifice your own stuff to make her bigger. She is also board wipe protection, so
Yeah.
one issue with vampires is they're a tribe deck, which means they're going to be weak to board wipes because they want to play a bunch of creatures and go wide. And if your opponent plays anything that just resets the board, then you just lost your entire board. She is good protection against that. Because even though you lose all your creatures, you still at least get a bunch of lifelink vampires afterwards.
Alright. Viscera Seer.
Viscera Seer is probably one of the most heavily played black cards in all of Commander. Like any deck that needs to, like any deck that is playing black is likely to be playing Viscera Seer. And it's just because it's an efficient sack outlet. Like you can just sacrifice a creature using Viscera Seer without spending any mana, and it can fix your draws by using the Scry ability.
Sure.
So yeah, I'd say go ahead and include that as well.
Alrighty.
And as for Knight of the Ebon Legion,
more like Knight of the Bad Hair.
This one I kind of have mixed feelings about. I think... So this card is very good in 1v1. In, like, regular constructed. It was a powerhouse in Standard. I don't know if it sees play in Modern, but it might be good there, too. The fact is, it's 1 mana.
Yeah.
And it's fairly easy to get its last ability to trigger, so it gets bigger and bigger every single turn.
Yeah. And
it enables itself with its activated ability. Its activated ability is really good. I'm gonna put this on the same level as Yahenni, where I'd say go ahead and include it, but it might be one of the cards we cut if we need to trim.
Sure. Alrighty. How do we need to
So
go
what
back
does
up
that
to
put us at as far as the number of
27?
cards we have? 27. Okay.
We are a quarter of the way there.
Yeah. So according to the distribution pie chart, it recommends we have 34 creatures, which means we don't have that many slots left as far as creatures go.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of 48 creatures to work through and less than 10 to choose. So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just kind of look through them one by one and just kind of see which ones you like the sound of best, or should I just kind of talk through each and every single one of them and we can make decisions there? I'm not really sure what the best way to do it is.
I have no idea. We'll just I guess we could just take it from the top and because the top ones are the ones that are more likely, they have the most synergy according to the charts.
True. Yeah.
So I know
so because there's so many cards, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and open up a Google Doc on my end and just kind of categorize which ones are definitely yes, which ones are maybes, and which ones are no's. So, starting with Anna 1. At
the beginning of your upkeep, each player sacrifices a non-vampire creature. What? So if you don't have any non-vampire creatures, you don't have to sacrifice. Is that the idea?
Yep.
Okay.
And
it's
you
like
are going to be playing. Yeah, you're going to be playing nothing but vampires.
Yeah.
And your opponents, unless they're playing a vampire deck too,
unless it's the mirror match,
yeah, unless it's a mirror match, they're gonna have to sacrifice something every single one of your turns.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. Although the cost is a little high.
Yeah, I'd say put this one at a maybe.
Okay.
It's a solid maybe card.
Sure. Twilight Prophet.
Twilight Prophet?
If you control 10 or more permanents, you get the city's blessing for the rest of the game. What the fuck does that mean?
So, city's blessing was a thing that existed during Ixalan. Basically is just, if you have 10 or more permanents, you get just a little token that sits in the command zone, which means your opponent cannot touch it, that just says you have the city's blessing. That's all it is. City's blessing doesn't mean anything.
You get a little participation trophy for doing it.
Yeah, it's a participation trophy. The rest of the card is what cares about if you have the city's blessing or not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Reveal the top card from your library, put it into your hand. Each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is that card's converted mana cost. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're playing that many permanents, though.
Well, we're playing a lot of creatures.
Are those permanents? I thought the permanents were everything else.
Permanents are any card that sits on the battlefield.
Okay, actually, this is good. This is a good card.
So the only non-land permanent cards are instants and sorceries. Because lands also count towards permanents.
Holy shit. That seems incredibly easy to do with our token generation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Twilight Prophet I'm gonna just say that's a yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that one in.
Yes.
So including our commander, we are currently at 28.
Uh-huh. Well, don't include the commander in that count.
Don't include the commander? Okay, we were at 27.
Yeah.
Nighthawk Scavenger is Nighthawk, but it gains power.
Yeah, it's a better vampire Nighthawk, so I would actually just say cut vampire Nighthawk and put this one in.
Sure.
Granted, there will be times when it's a worse vampire Nighthawk because it's gonna only have one power, but for the most part, it's gonna be better.
Yeah, and the cost is the same, so...
Yeah, it's the same exact cost, all the same abilities. I guess the one other difference is the fact that Nighthawk is a shaman. I mean, Vampire Nighthawk is a shaman, and Nighthawk Scavenger is a rogue, but that is not going to matter.
No, I don't think so. Okay, there we go. That has changed. Florian!
It's Florian. Yeah, this one I mentioned to you. I think we're going to be using this card. Ignoring its ability alone, just the fact that it's 3 mana, 3/3 with first strike is very efficient, very solid, and powerful in the early game. But more importantly is its ability. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of the total amount of life your opponents lost this turn. Exile one of those cards and put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order you may play the exiled card. So this is the way, like, red is kind of like white in that it also kind of gets a short end of the stick when it comes to card draw. Red has 2 ways it does card draw. It either discards cards in order to draw cards, or it exiles cards and allows you to play those cards only that turn. So if you choose not to play the exiled card, it's gone for good.
Aha.
But this is just very solid. Like, you get 1 card that you're allowed to play that turn, and it's based off the number of life your opponents lost, and your opponents are going to be losing a lot of life. So in a way, like, let's say your opponent lost 10 life that turn, you then look at the top 10 cards of your deck, which is like 10% of your deck, and you get to choose one of those cards that you just get to play for well, it's not for free, you have to pay the cost, but you get to, it's kind of like a pseudo tutor. Like, you can just look for the best card within the top 10 cards of your deck. So yeah, by all means include Florian. I think Florian's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like Pot of Prosperity, except you have to use the card that turn.
Yeah.
And you don't have to banish cards from your extra deck because there is no extra deck. Alright, Gifted Aetherborn.
Gifted Aetherborn is... Actually, it's part of like a... It has... Magic likes to do this, where across multiple sets, it kind of does subtle nods to other cards that do similar things. Gifted Aetherborn is basically inspiration for / inspired by Vampire Nighthawk and Vampire the Dire Moon. It's part of those like really efficient creatures that have Death Touch and Lifelink.
All right.
Now, because of how many limited card slots we have left, I would put Gifted Aetherborn as a maybe.
Sure.
but not a definite include.
Mm-hmm. Olivia Voldaren.
Yes. So,
Flying.
I mentioned we're probably going to be playing an Olivia card. This is the original Olivia. And
I think we're already playing an Olivia from up above.
are we?
Maybe not. I thought I saw one.
Yeah, I don't think we are.
Maybe it's when we were swimming around earlier. Where are you?
So Olivia she's great in terms of flavor, because what she does is she bites things and turns the things she bites into vampires. That's what vampires like to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then she can gain control of vampires.
I see.
So she kind of what she does is she bites things and then hypnotizes them.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
And it makes her stronger too.
Makes her very strong, yeah. The downside is this ability costs a lot of mana.
Yeah, the second one especially.
Yeah. So I would put her at a maybe, but the gain control ability is very powerful, especially if your opponent is playing big fat Eldrazi that you have no other way to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Falconwrath Pit Fighter.
Let's see. This one
is
I'm gonna be
power.
honest. Yeah, it is draw power, but I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be a no. It's too weak in my opinion. Compared to any other 1-mana cards that are pretty efficient, this one's just meh. Okay, yes, you get to discard a card and draw 2 cards. Mm-hmm. Oh, it is also sacrifice ability. It is another way to sacrifice your vampires.
Yeah. It's weird it costs 2 mana and you discard and you sacrifice.
Yeah. I
activate only if an opponent
think this card is good
turn.
enough.
This card seems bad.
Yeah. So put that one as a no.
Butcher of Malakir.
Okay, so Butcher of Malakir is a staple card in any black commander deck that plays creatures, pretty much. Even before vampire decks were all that common in Commander, Butcher of Malakir was... In fact, Butcher of Malakir, I think, is the original card that has this type of effect. The parallel sacrifice effect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty strong. The downside is it costs a lot of mana.
True.
So I'm gonna make this one a maybe card.
All right. Olivia Crimson Blade. This is the one I thought we added.
Aha.
Or Crimson Bride. I said Blade instead of Bride.
Yeah, Crimson Bride. So if maybe just for flavor reasons, we just run her just because she's married to this is the card that is married to Edgar.
Aha.
But let's see what she does first, because I don't I'm not sure if we should or not.
Okay.
So
Flying and
haste.
Whenever Olivia attacks, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. It gains when you don't control a legendary vampire, exile this creature. Hi, Sabrina.
It's Sabrina. Hello. That seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Actually. Any target creature. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's literally no restriction on it at all.
Mm-hmm. And the fact it has haste means you can use that ability immediately the turn you play her.
Yeah.
How many cards do we have currently?
We have 28.
28. There's still a lot to work through. I'll say let's put her at a maybe, but it's a strong maybe.
Big maybe.
So, like, if we have room for any other maybes, we're going to put her in.
Haru is shilling for a big maybe.
All right. Next card on the list.
Yeah, you didn't miss it, Meliseth.
Hello. Welcome.
Mm-hmm. Next is Null, Priest of Oblivion.
This one...
What is Kicker?
So kicker means when you play this card, you can choose to also pay the kicker cost. And if you do, it has an additional effect.
Aha.
So you can't... It means the card scales into the late game. It can either be a 2-mana, 2/1 with Menace and Lifelink, or it can be a 6-mana, 2/1 with Menace and Lifelink that reanimates something.
You don't know what's going on, Meliseth? We're building a Magic the Gathering deck. Building vampires.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
The fact it reanimates is good. The fact that it is a very efficient card to play early on is good. That said, though, I'm gonna put this at probably a no. It's better than Falconwrath Pit Fighter, but I feel like there's a lot of better cards that we could be running instead of Null Priest.
Yeah, probably. Like Olivia.
Yeah.
That's okay, Sabrina. I don't know Magic very well either. Vampire Nocturnus. Now, this guy requires 3 black mana specifically.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and just tell you right. And this is a card that like I immediately thought of when we decided we were gonna do the stream. Like I immediately thought of how I was going to respond to this card. This card is good if and only if you are only playing black.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we are playing more than just black, like, sure, the vast majority of the creatures that we're playing are going to be black.
Yeah, no, this is very, very xenophobic as a card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna happen too often.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say no.
Sure.
Definitely no.
All right, Dusk Legion Zealot.
This is an efficient card. It replaces itself, so you play and then you draw a card immediately. It's very good in terms of like
card advantage.
In terms of card advantage, and if you were playing like a 60 card deck in like modern or standard or something like that, it would definitely be a good card.
However,
the problem is I think that ability is a little bit just too weak to justify taking up an entire card slot.
It's just an upstart goblin.
Vampire deck. Yeah.
You say yeah like you know what I mean when I say it's an upstart goblin, but that's okay.
I don't.
Upstart Goblin's a Yu-Gi-Oh card that says draw one card, your opponent gains 1,000 life.
Huh.
It's a spell card, so it's not exactly the same because it doesn't make a monster, but otherwise it's very similar.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course, it has the opposite where you don't lose a life, your opponent gains life, which does matter in the case if you're playing like Nurse Burn. Nurse Burn being a deck that involves the card Dark Lord Nurse or something like that. I think that's the card name, which is a card that reverses life gain. So instead of your opponent gaining 1,000 life, they lose 1,000 life.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's actually a single card. Is it one? There might be two. There's one card that I know of in Magic that does that. It's Tainted Remedy.
I think the interesting thing about Nurse Burn is, if I remember correctly, Nurse summons on their side of the field. I don't remember. Let me look up Nurse Burn. YGO Pro Deck. No, it doesn't. It summons on your side of the field. Dark Lord. It's a Dark Lord card. Nurse Reficule. I always forget that it's Reficule. I don't. Whatever. Any effect that would make your opponent gain life points inflicts the same amount of damage to them instead. All right. Anyways, back to the Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Bloodlord of Vazgoth.
Let's see. Bloodthirst 3 has flying, and whenever you cast a vampire creature spell, it gains Bloodthirst 3.
Seems
Thing
good.
is, like, it's decent.
But like its job is being done by a bunch of other cards we have.
Yeah. Bloodthirst in general has been proven to be a fairly weak ability in Magic history. Like they gave it a try and it was fine but not spectacular, so they just stopped printing cards with Bloodthirst.
Well, you know, if you print a card with Bloodthirst and you give it plenty of other abilities, I'm sure it would be a good card.
Yeah.
Like if this guy's got flying, but if you gave it like Bloodthirst 3 and flying and Death Touch plus your white plus L plus ratio, you know, Death Touch and lifelink. So any I feel like any effect can be good if it's in combination with other effects.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of putting enough effects on a card to make it good.
I'd say Bloodlord. Put him in a maybe, but it's a weak maybe.
Sure. I do like that he's pointing at the screen as if to say, white.
Yep.
Bloodline Necromancer.
No. Just no.
Yeah,
like,
no.
It's another reanimation card, but it's worse
cost.
than Null Priest of Oblivion and Olivia. Like, either of those two cards would be better.
Yeah. Falconwrath Noble.
This one's maybe. It's great if we're trying to really go down the aristocrat strategy of sacrificing a bunch of our creatures, which might not be a bad idea.
Sure.
But it's fine. That's all I have to say about it. It's fine. It's kind of solid. but
Yeah,
there might be better cards that we could put in this slot, so let's put it a maybe.
sure. Okay, how about Dark Sus Amogus Imposter?
Uh, Dark Imposter.
Sus Amogus Imposter.
Yes, that's the non-abbreviated name.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
The name that Magic the Gathering was too afraid to put on.
yeah. Weird. It's a weird card.
Okay, so
I've never
it's
seen
like a
this card
low
before,
cost to get
actually.
in.
Yeah.
But then it gets a really big cost to do its ability.
Yeah. It's a good ability. It gets rid of any problematic creature on the board.
And then makes itself the problematic creature.
Yeah. Oh shit, it's all activated of all creatures. Oh wow. That makes it better.
Yeah.
I just skimming the card, I assumed it would be like it replaces itself with each subsequent creature that you exile with it, because that's what some cards that do have that similar effect like to do. But no, this one just has all activated abilities of all creature cards.
Yeah, this
exiled
Sus
with it.
Imposter is able to imposter many people, many crewmates.
The problem is its activated abilities, and activated abilities are not super prevalent.
Mhm. Also,
They are sometimes, but not
also like
usually.
activated abilities are the ones that like cost mana, right?
Not always. Like, for example, Viscera Seer has an activated ability where you sacrifice a creature to scry 1, and that costs 0 mana.
Sure.
But they're basically abilities that have a cost,
Yeah.
and you do the thing.
But what I'm saying though is that if we exile target creature and target creature has a mana cost of green, we cannot activate said ability.
True.
So not only are the activated abilities kind of rare, also some of them we can't even use.
Yeah. The fact that this card can remove problematic cards is good, but otherwise it's a no. So,
Sure.
yeah, I'm just gonna say flat out, it's a no.
So long,
Let's not play that
Susamogus.
card.
All right, Tithe Drinker, Lifelink, and
This
Extort. Oh, really specific cost too.
Yeah. So extort is it's an ability that honestly, like, some players get salty when someone is playing extort.
Mhm.
But besides that, the thing is, there's a better extort card that we're probably gonna add to the deck that isn't a creature.
Aha.
I
I was about to say,
for
like,
that
the Extort
reason-
ability helps proc the infinite loop,
yeah.
but if we have something else that does that, you know.
It's an efficient 2-mana card. I would probably maybe run it in a higher slot than Dusk Legion Zealot. Like, if we had only one card left to choose, and it had to be either Tithe Drinker or Dusk Legion Zealot, I would say go with Tithe Drinker. But besides that, I'll put this card as a maybe.
Vicious Conquistador. You know, it's so unfortunate that Conquistadors had to be absolute bastards. They had the coolest fucking armor.
True.
So this guy's really cheap. This seems like a good starter. But
he's a great. So yeah, he's great to play on turn 1,
Yeah,
and
turn 1
terrible
exactly.
to play any turn after that. If we were playing Bloodgord of Basgoth, the one with Bloodthirst, Vicious Conquistador would be a lot better because he's a guaranteed way to ensure that your opponent loses life. So even if your opponent has blockers, they still lose life and you get the Bloodthirst trigger.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no. This is a bad card. We're not going to run it.
Sure. Just like Blue Eyes White Dragon. Boom! Got him! Vampire Cutthroat. Skulk. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater
is
power.
Weird.
And lifelink. That, I guess that makes sense as a card design, but seems kind of bad.
Yeah, it's
like
not great. Yeah.
Shadow Alley Denizen.
No.
Whenever another black creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gains Intimidate until end of turn. It can't be blocked except by artifact creatures or creatures that share a color with it. What the fuck?
Yeah, Intimidate was a confusing ability that was slightly less confusing than Fear. And
it seems bad is what I'm saying. What the fuck too?
It has since been retired and replaced with Menace, which is a much easier ability to understand.
Like I understand it. Like can't be
yeah.
blocked, so it'll go over anything that doesn't share a color with it or is an artifact creature. Because I guess most of those are robots.
Yeah,
can't intimidate
like
a
artifact
robot.
Creatures are colorless. Yeah.
So like that makes sense, but it seems very bad. It doesn't seem very good.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
Ooh, you can't block.
Like if we really were trying to care a lot about evasion, it'd maybe be fine, but it's dependent on our opponents not playing cards that share a color with us or not playing artifact creatures.
Like, oh no, they're playing the artifact deck. Guess this card's dead.
Yep. So yeah, that's a no.
Immersturm Predator, Vampire Dragon.
It's a vampire dragon. I forgot this card was a vampire.
Elemental Vampire Dragon Cat. Wait, no, it's Elemental Dinosaur Cat. That's the thing.
Yep.
Elemental Vampire Dinosaur Cat.
Yeah. The card that I forgot was a vampire. Immersturm Predator.
Whenever Immersturm Predator becomes tapped, exile up to one target card from a graveyard and put a +1/+1 counter on Immersturm Predator. Sacrifice another creature. Immersturm Predator gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it.
Yeah.
Tap it good. Tap it just like you know you should. Is that a?
It's a very good card.
What you need to explain to me? Is that a quick effect?
You can activate this at any time.
Okay. Because like there's a lot of effects where it's like, well, this effect only makes sense if I can activate it on my opponent's turn, but it doesn't say I can.
So the way abilities work in Magic is you can always activate an ability at any time as long as you can pay the cost. Unless the ability specifically says on it, it can only be activated anytime you could play a sorcery.
Aha.
So like 90% of all abilities can be played at any time.
Interesting. Okay. That makes a lot of these abilities much better.
Yeah. So yeah, the idea is if your opponent plays a removal spell to kill Immersturm Predator, in response you can sacrifice a creature to make it indestructible.
See, I was over here like, okay, how do I tell which ones of these are at instant speed and which one of these are at normal speed?
Yeah. That's like one of the reasons why Viscera Seer from earlier is a really good card, because it's an activated ability the only cost being you have to sacrifice a creature.
Mm.
So what some people do when they play Viscera Seer is if your opponent is going to kill one of your creatures, in response
you
they sacrifice the
it.
creature because it's going to die anyway, but then you at least get benefit.
Sure. Does that not prevent it from blocking? Because you chain it to their destruction spell, right? That's the idea. You're not using it as a blocker and then destroying it. You're chaining it to their removal spell.
So like, it depends on when they play the removal spell. If your opponent's being smart, they'll play it before combat.
Mm.
So before you even get the chance to declare blockers.
Mm-hmm.
If they played it after blockers and then your creature dies, the creature it was blocking is still considered blocked.
Aha. But isn't the creature that you were sacrificing dead at that point? How can you sacrifice it?
It is dead, but because it was declared as a blocker, then the creature it was declared to be blocking is now declared to have been blocked.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's one of the rules in Magic that it doesn't really make sense as to why that's how it works, but it is how it works.
Sure.
And it actually
there's plenty of those in
becomes
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Very important. Yeah, it becomes important a lot. It's a pretty useful, because a lot of decks that care, like aristocrats decks, the ones that like to sacrifice their own creatures,
mm-hmm.
will very often just block a creature with a very cheap, like, dumb little creature and then sacrifice it for its effect. Yeah. So yeah, it's relevant.
Weird.
And it's pretty good.
Morphe.
But
that's a
hello.
Cute emote. Holy shit. I gotta find out who made that. I love the eyes on it.
It's very cute.
Boom. I have opened up the artist Twitch page.
Perfect.
I love the new artist crediting thing for especially for emotes and everything.
True,
This person has amazing art. I'm going to go check that out later. All right. So yeah, Immerstorm.
We were talking about Immerstorm Predator.
Oops.
So I'm gonna make the argument that do we have Yahenni in the deck?
Currently, yes.
I'm going to say cut Yahenni and put in Immerstorm Predator, because it kind of fulfills the same role as a card that you can just sacrifice at instant speed to give this thing indestructible. Immerstorm Predator is scary and hard to deal with, because both these cards are going to be growing over time.
Mm-hmm.
Immerstorm Predator is a more guaranteed grow,
mm-hmm.
and it's hard to block.
Yeah.
Because it has flying.
And it's a dragon.
It's also a dragon, and it eats cards out of graveyards. Because if you're playing against an opponent who cares about the graveyard, then this is a way to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. And it's also a dragon, a vampire dragon.
Yeah. So for that alone, Immerstorm Predator is an include.
Let me just show you. We got his best friend over in Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragulus, the vampiric dragon. Alternatively, vampire dragon, but I hate vampire dragon. It sucks. I hate it. I do not like the way it looks.
It looks so weird.
It's not good. It's not good. All right, Sangromancer. Me when I'm romancing this the blood.
The hell is this? Whenever a creature your opponent controls dies, you may gain 3 life. Whenever an opponent discards a card, yeah, it is optional. You may gain 3 life.
In case you didn't want to gain life.
Well, if your opponent has Tainted Remedy, then you don't want to gain life.
It's a play around that.
Yeah.
It's playing around.
This card doesn't seem very good to me.
It's also playing around any negation spells. Like it's like when or anything that's like when your opponent activates an effect, do whatever burn damage or whatever the fuck. I don't know if there's any of those.
There aren't.
There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh right now called Masquerade Dragon that's very popular because it's part of the branded deck, and its ability is whenever your opponent activates an effect, do 600 damage. And like usually burn doesn't really matter, but it fucking matters with that because every card activated is 600 damage. Wow. You wouldn't think it adds up, but god damn it does. And if you're like towards the end of the match and they make Masquerade Dragon and you're like at really low life points, you can't activate cards anymore. It's all effects. It's any activated effect. So continuouses are fine. You can play monsters, but you can't activate spells. You can't activate traps. You can't activate the effects of monsters without taking burn damage. It's crazy. And that's not even the most powerful part of the deck. Like, it's just a really big asshole that works as a floodgate sometimes, or otherwise is burn. All right, Kalitas, Trader of Get.
This is a very solid card. It's like it's a like perfect kind of in terms of efficiency for its cost. Like you're paying 4 mana, you get a 3/4 with lifelink, and it has 2 abilities. They kind of complement each other. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile that card and put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. So if your opponent is playing, well, a graveyard deck that can get stuff back from its graveyard, this exile stuff.
Yeah, it's
and
like a
you also get zombies.
Macrocosmos.
Yeah.
A Macrocosmos that summons zombies. Because Macrocosmos is a card that says if a card would be sent to the graveyard, banish it instead.
Nice.
It's a continuous trap card instead of a monster, though. So I guess it's more like Banisher of the Radiance.
Macrocosmos is probably more like Rest in Peace, which is an enchantment that has that effect.
Yeah, Banisher of the Radiance. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. So it's a Banisher of the Radiance is what it is.
Awesome. But yeah, and then the second ability, because your zombies aren't really going to matter too much because you care about vampires, not zombies. You can just sacrifice them to make Kalitas bigger.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you want to do. Especially because if you're playing that, if you've got the other card in play, the one that makes everyone sacrifice a non-vampire.
Yeah. Also, using that interaction with blocking that I mentioned earlier, you can block your opponent's creature with a zombie,
then sacrifice
and before your zombie dies, you can sacrifice it to make Kalitas bigger.
Stupid. That's stupid how that works.
Yeah.
If I was making that Yu-Gi-Oh video I put up today about the worst card interactions, but I made it about Magic instead of Yu-Gi-Oh, I would put that one on there.
Yeah.
That would be my example.
Because like, imagine, right? Like like the way this works, right? You're in a battlefield, and like a soldier is like swinging a sword or something, right? And then like there's someone that's coming in to block them, but then that person just drops dead. Do they just stop swinging their sword? No, they follow through.
Okay,
Like,
I actually that example that you gave me actually made me find a way to justify it.
oh,
So what it is the soldier comes in, swings their sword, and they do a killing blow, but they're not dead yet. They're like lying on the ground, bleeding out, and then Kalitas comes over and then takes the last of their life from them.
I see.
Before you die, your soul is mine.
The problem is that actually doesn't work with the order of how assigning blockers and combat damage works, because
God damn
combat
it.
damage happens after the thing dies.
God damn
If
it.
you're gonna, yeah, yeah, it's weird.
I don't like this. I don't like that ruling.
Yeah.
I would change that.
Hmm.
All right.
But yeah,
Things get fucky in the battle phase in card games.
They do.
Nobody
They
has
do.
made a good battle phase yet.
True.
Henrika Domnathi, who apparently transforms.
Oh, I guess your card order is slightly different than mine.
No.
Yeah, Henrika Domnathi. Oh yeah, this is a new card.
I could tell it has the one from Crimson Vow.
Yeah.
I recognize the symbol for Crimson Vow.
Yeah. I've had this card played against me a couple times. It's interesting.
Choose one of the following that hasn't been chosen. Sacrifice a creature, draw a card, lose a life, transform. Oh, I could just hover over to see the other one.
Yeah.
Flying, death touch, lifelink. Each creature you control with flying, death touch, and or lifelink gets +1 until the end of the turn. This does not seem good.
I'm not sure, honestly.
I gotta be honest. This seems kind of cope.
So, I've had this card played against me several times on Arena, and it's pretty good.
Sure.
But the problem is Arena doesn't have Commander, so I don't know how this card would perform in Commander.
That's weird that Arena doesn't have one of the more popular Magic formats.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Commander emphasizes the fact that it's multiplayer, like up to 4 players
right.
usually.
To get a lobby of 4 people involved.
And Arena, for whatever reason, Wizards of the Coast has just not wanted to do any sort of multiplayer formats on Arena. It's always 1v1.
It sounds like hell to organize, honestly.
Yeah.
Like as far as an online thing goes, like getting 4 people in a in one thing at the same time is a little bit of a hassle when your program is set up to do 1v1s.
Yeah. Also, not to mention, like, they do have a pseudo commander format on Arena. It's called Brawl. Historic Brawl is the better Brawl. No one in their right mind would play the regular Brawl format. Historic Brawl is where it's at. Because, like, and Brawl is interesting because it actually has, like, an additional rule where basically all the rules are exactly the same as Commander, except for you have a lower starting life total and you're allowed to play a Planeswalker as your commander. Which, it's dumb that regular Commander rules don't allow that.
Yeah, That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
But anyway, with that said, yeah, I don't know. I think Enrica might be fine if you choose. So yeah, like the each player sacrifices a creature is kind of meh.
Yeah.
The you draw a card and lose a life is also kind of eh.
Mm-hmm.
The transform is what you're really gonna be wanting to do.
Mm-hmm.
The fact it's a 3/4 body with Flying Death Touch and Lifelink, which is kind of the same things we've seen with Gifted Etherborn, Vampire the Dire Moon, and Nighthawk Scavenger.
Yeah.
That's decent. The problem is it's now leaving the efficiency territory because once you're getting those abilities for 4 mana instead of like 3, 2, or 1, it gets worse.
Yeah, and then the added ability to justify the extra mana cost and the fact you have to transform it as well does not seem to be worth it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a poopy extra ability in my eyes.
It's been... Like I said, I played against this card a few times, and it's performed well in, like, 1v1.
Sure.
So, I'm not sure. I'd put this card as maybe a maybe.
Sure. Holy moly. How many more of these do we have? God damn.
A lot. We've got a lot.
Crossway Troublemakers.
I was reading through this card. I've never seen this card before in my entire life. This card is good. Auto included. Just...
Oh, sure.
Like, I guess we can talk a little bit about why it's good, but just like, okay. So downside is it costs 6 mana. Sure. But again, as I kind of mentioned before when we were talking about Patron of the Vein, in Commander, mana isn't going to be as big of an issue because there are artifacts that are just kind of like everyone plays in Commander that means you can get mana a lot quicker. It's
and also simply draw it after you have enough mana.
Yeah,
just
draw after you have enough mana.
Simple as.
It's attacking vampires, and attacking vampires you control have Death Touch and Lifelink is just great because, like, okay, not all your vampires are gonna have Lifelink. Well, now they do.
Yeah.
And it also makes blocking a much bigger headache for your opponent when all your stuff has Death Touch.
Including the tokens that we generate.
Yep. All the tokens get Death Touch as well. And its second ability is just really efficient card draw. It's a May ability, so if you don't have enough life, you can choose not to use it. But if you have plenty of life to spare because all your attacking creatures somehow gained lifelink, I don't know how that would happen, you can then, just pay 2 life and draw a card. Every single time one of your vampires dies.
Seems pretty good. The only thing... When it says attacking vampires, wouldn't that be the ones who are doing the attacking, not blockers?
Yes. So your blocking vampires will not have Death Touch unless they already have it printed on the card.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so it's only good as an offensive ability.
It's an offensive card.
Sure. All right. Well, I have put it in. We're at 29 cards here.
Also, look at the art of Crossway Troublemakers. They are quite flamboyant.
They're having a good time.
Yeah. So you said we're at 29 now?
Yep, 29.
Not including the commander?
Not including the commander.
Awesome. Okay, so we've got 5 more to go then. We've got 5 more to go. I think So we've gone for about 2 hours now, so I'm just gonna kind of expedite the process if you don't like, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I don't want these shapeshifters in the deck. They look
Yeah,
ugly as fuck.
yeah. I do want to make one comment on Mirror Entity, by the way.
Uh-huh.
A disgusting thing your opponent can do if they are playing like a card that can take control of your turn is they can activate Mirror Entity's ability for 0, make all your creatures 0/0s, and wipe your board.
That's silly.
But anyway,
Wait,
let's see.
What? You can make them 0/0 and then they just get destroyed?
Yeah, because as soon as a creature's toughness is 0, it just cannot exist.
What the fuck? Why is that even allowed to make them 0?
More recent cards that have this type of effect have a
restriction. Has to be at least
they
one.
have a restriction where it has to be at least 1, yeah.
Yeah. That's fucking stupid.
But older cards used to have this.
I fucking hate that. That's another one I'd put on my video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just scrolling through.
Yeah, scrolling through.
Indulging Patrician is fucking hot. Goddamn.
Ooh, what? Where?
Let's get a better look at this. Let's get
oh yes.
It won't let me get a better look at it.
Great art. I love that card's art.
She's pretty. She's pretty.
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Not a good card, but if you want to play it for gay reasons, play it for gay reasons.
Nah, I'm good. I got plenty of gay cards in here.
I will say, Vona, Butcher of Magan, you probably want to play. It's very solid removal.
Oh, there it is. Vona.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 life, destroy target non-land permanent. Activate this ability only during your turn. Okay, that's fair. That would put us at 30.
Then let's see. Bloodseeker. No, that's a terrible card. Stormkirk Noble. It's fine, but not good enough. Bishop of Rebirth. When it attacks, you may... That's also fine, but if we were going to play that, we'd just play Olivia Crimson Bride. Necropolis Regent. Oh, yeah. Necropolis Regent. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put that many 1/1 counters on it. Not one, that many.
And it has flying.
Yeah. It's a scary card. The problem is it's got a very greedy mana cost.
Yeah, that cost is silly.
3 black and 3 more is kind of greedy.
Yeah,
so
no, I see that.
Gonna say no for that one.
Very funny.
Cemetery Gatekeeper. Yeah. Enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, it deals 2 damage to that player. Weird. Interesting.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. Let's see. Strefan. Beginning of your end step, create a blood token for each player who lost life this turn. Okay, so this one was made for Commander. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice 2 blood tokens. If you do, you may put a vampire from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking, and it gains indestructible this turn.
Oh yeah, I remember one time I grabbed a pack of Magic the Gathering packs cards. And it was just full of blood token support.
Yeah, blood tokens literally only matter in Crimson Vow.
Yeah. Oh, I think some of the vampires from the werewolf set also had some blood token stuff, but yeah, Crimson Vow was most of it. Yeah, it was a Crimson Vow pack, and it was just full of blood token shit.
Yep.
It even included a blood token, like the token card.
Yep. They're really pushing blood tokens in Crimson Vow. Let's see. Yeah, Streffen seems pretty good, but I'm gonna say maybe Drana, the Last Blood Chief. Defending player chooses non-legendary creature in your graveyard. You return it to the battlefield. It's a vampire in addition to its other types. It's fine, but the problem is she needs to attack for that ability to happen, and she doesn't have haste, so not good enough. Bloodghast is very efficient. It's very fun to sacrifice because you can just keep getting it back, but otherwise, probably not good enough for commander.
Sure.
Angie. I have never seen Angie before. What does she do?
Apparently
Whenever
she doesn't clean up.
Yeah.
Maybe a maid, but she's
house.
got a fucking blood all over the place.
She's the maid of dishonor.
True.
Whenever she or one or more other vampires enters the battlefield under your control, create a blood token. This happens only once per turn. Oh, that's terrible. No, not worth it. She's not worth. Metallic Mimic is
it's the only vampire artifact creature.
It loses points for not being flavorful in the fact that it's not actually a vampire. But it's just kind of like an auto-include for any tribe deck at all, ever, because it's so efficient.
Should I put it in?
I'll let you make the call. Do you want to keep it because it's good, or do you want to not keep it because it loses flavor points for not actually being a vampire?
Let's get some good stuff in here. Let's get some. We have a little bit of flavor. We have a little bit of good stuff.
All right. So yeah, we can include it. Dominating vampire. Hey, look, it's you. Whenever dominating vampire enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of vampires you control. Until end of turn, untap that creature, gains haste.
That seems only okay. Oh, and it's like heavy red.
Yeah, it's heavy red, which means it's gonna be hard to cast. Like, honestly,
we're probably gonna have like a ratio of like 2 black, 1 red, 1 white, you know? Yeah, black is going to be the heavy color, and then everything else is just kind of support. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not play it. As much as I like being domed by vampires.
What now?
Hmm?
Uh-huh. Yeah, Haru? Drana, Calastria, Blood Chief. Calastria.
Not good. She's fine, but I don't think she's that good.
Voldarin,
There's better stuff
Bloodcaster.
we can do.
And which turns into Bloodbat Summoner.
Let's see.
I gotta be honest, the transform cards are kind of interesting. They feel like they would be. These ones are going to be very hard to keep in mint condition.
Yep.
Because you gotta like unsleeve them.
Pull them out. Yeah.
They have to be sleeved, and then they have to be unsleeved, and then re-sleeved.
I think the way some players do it is
having the transform card in a separate sleeve, like off to the side.
Yeah,
like a token.
because transform cards in sets that have transform cards, they have like these fill-in cards because like some players won't have sleeves at all. You know, like the casual players that just play sleeveless.
Mm-hmm.
And because double-sided card, like transform cards, have two faces, you will be able to see which card is a transform card, and that's not allowed. So they have these like fill-in cards that have just a regular back, and then you just, whenever you play that card, you then pull the transform card. So I think some people use those for that reason. But yeah.
use the you use the fill-in card as your default. Then when you play the card, you pull out your card that's in the graded box. You put that on the field.
Yep.
I saw someone who had an entire deck of like graded cards, and they're like shuffling the graded cards.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I think it was Magic the Gathering, because I think it was like the really old cards that are like thousands of dollars or some shit.
Oh my god.
Because it's like one of those formats where all those old cards that are on the
Yep.
whatever you call it.
The restricted list.
The restricted list, yeah.
Oh no. I don't know. Just like the list. TM.
Yeah, the list. MTG.
Cards that will never be printed again.
The list.
The list.
No, that's not actually getting me what I want. It's like list of old cards that will never be reprinted. There we go. Reserved. There we go. Reserved list.
That's it. Yep, the reserve list.
Yeah, I think that's what the deck consisted of. So they like all of them were in these like graded. Okay, so for reference, I guess for those of you who haven't seen one of these before, when people think a card is valuable, they will send it into one of several card grading services to have them graded, and they will be put in a box much like this, except probably not this one. If I remember correctly, Beckett is like one of the bad ones that people don't like to use. I think PSA is considered a good one. But yeah, basically it'll be in a box like this, which is really hard to open. It's not impossible, it's really hard. It'll have a number grading. It'll have a few different categories of number gradings, and it'll have a description. So this card, Charizard here, is considered pristine condition, because everything is a 10 except for the centering, which is a 9.5. And it'll have like what edition it is, first edition Charizard, you know. But yeah, so they'll just like imagine a deck of these. Like for reference to how thick they are, here's a person holding one. It's a brick. It is a brick all on its own.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, if you're wondering if you should grade your cards, you shouldn't. If you don't know that your card should be graded, it shouldn't be. It's like when you go into a restaurant that doesn't have the prices on the menu. If you need to ask, you can't afford it.
Yeah.
If you need to ask whether your card should be graded, it doesn't need to be graded. It's like
anyway.
Cards that need to be graded, cards that are on the reserved list in Magic the Gathering, first edition old school Pokemon cards that aren't in terrible condition, and first edition Yu-Gi-Oh cards sometimes, like of the older sets sometimes, or like really rare ones, like the Cyber Dragon Mattel toy or whatever the fuck it was. There was this. Okay, well, I don't know if we should. Now let's get into it. Okay, so there was a Cyber Dragon from a. Okay, so back in ye olden days of Yu-Gi-Oh, they used to make action figures because Yu-Gi-Oh used to be a popular TV show. Now it's still a TV show. It's not very popular. Not popular enough for action figures. But what they used to do is they would make the action figure and then make cards, like special printed cards to go with that figure. So like they would make the Cyber Dragon action figure and then make a Cyber Dragon card to go with it. However, the Cyber Dragon toy was never released. But somebody found a Cyber Dragon card from the Cyber Dragon toy release in their collection. And there's been some question as to whether it was real or not. I'm not gonna weigh in on it because I don't know enough about it, but people who do know seem to be a little suspicious of it. Yeah. Anyways, Calastria Highborn. We're almost done with these monsters or creatures.
Yeah. So this one's maybe. It's like the instances in which it's good is when your opponent plays a board wipe and just destroys all your vampires, and you have a bunch of untapped mana, and you just drain your opponent to death.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's assuming you have a bunch of untapped mana, and because the mana has to be black, and because you kind of want to be playing cards on your turn.
Yeah, and also it has to be on the field already. Yeah. It's a board wipe protection that has to be telegraphed.
Well, like, so if Calastria Highborn is on the battlefield along with, like, say, 5 other vampires, and a board wipe gets played and they all get destroyed, you get 6 triggers off of Calastria Highborn.
Yeah.
Because they all get destroyed at the same time.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, your opponent knows about it.
Oh, yeah.
So they would simply not play it until you use your black mana up. Yeah.
And yeah, the thing is you just, if you're expecting a board wipe, like in that case you won't be playing anything on your turn anyway, because it'll just die the next turn.
Yeah. And
you'll have the mana, and then your opponent just sees that you have this card and open mana, and so they don't play your board wipe.
And so you're just sitting there staring at each other.
You just keep turning your creature sideways every turn and attacking them and not playing anything.
Yeah.
It's like a yeah, I don't know. I'm not super impressed by it.
Yeah, it
Some
feels like a
like
threat.
To play the card. Yeah.
Don't you dare play a board wipe. Don't you dare. Yep. Scion of Opulence. Treasure
not
token.
Seen this card yet.
That's kind of interesting. Not good.
I like
but
the
kind of
fact that it makes treasure tokens every time something dies. I do not care about the second effect.
Yeah.
The first effect is the interesting one, though. Honestly, how many cards do we have left? How many slots?
None. We are at 31.
Go ahead and include it.
Sure.
Go ahead and include Scion of Opulence. Treasure tokens are just very versatile, very useful, and just having things that do things when your things die.
I like things.
Can give this just kind of like that aristocrats feel, even if it's not a proper aristocrats deck yet.
Pulse Tracker seems like
yeah.
ass.
Yeah, Pulse Tracker is just literally a worse Vicious Conquistador, was that card called?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah, Vicious Conquistador. It's literally just a worse one. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, no, it is just worse in every single way.
Olivia's Bloodsworn seems like ass. Like, okay, it has haste if you have the other mana, if you have the red mana.
Its target vampire gains haste.
Yeah.
So, like,
yeah,
if
you can give anything haste.
Yeah,
but...
like you do need the open mana for it, but like, I don't think it's good enough. But it is like interesting to think about. Like, if you have plenty of like vampires that you just kind of want to windmill slam and not wait a turn for your opponent to deal with it, you can just give it haste, and yeah. But I think there are better things we can be playing. And then Falkenrath Gorger. Only matters if we're likely to be discarding cards, which I don't think we are.
I don't think so. And
gonna say no.
What a fucking weird keyword.
Madness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it have to send it to exile first? Why can't it just be like you feel like you could simplify this a lot by instead saying, if you discard a card, instead you can pay the cost and play it.
Yeah, I don't know. Magic is kind of weird about how it, like, if you're going to do anything about changing how a card zone works, it always has to like go to exile for some reason.
That's so weird.
Like, exile is just like exile is not the zone where things get removed and you can't access them. Exile is merely the standby zone where cards that you may or may not want to do things with sit for a minute. I don't know. It's weird.
If Ixies existed in Magic the Gathering, when you detached an Ixies material from them, from a monster, it would go to the exile and then to the graveyard.
Yep, probably.
Or either that, or the material would be considered to be in the exile.
Actually, no, that is exactly how it would work. The material would be considered exile already, so it'd be merely you move it from exile into the graveyard.
Yeah, because like in Yu-Gi-Oh, the Ixies material is not considered to be on the field. Mm-hmm. It is considered to be in a nebulous state. It is not considered to be anywhere, basically.
Yeah. It'd be like phasing. Like, I have no idea why, but for whatever reason, phasing is just being brought back. But yeah, phasing is just like, it exists, but it doesn't.
Ixies material doesn't exist except as Ixies material. Like, it just ceases to exist until it is removed, and then it's in the graveyard. Although it is sent, so if a thing says it needs to be sent to the graveyard, I'm pretty sure that still activates.
Yeah, in the case of like phasing, it's like the card is there for you to look at, and that's it. Yeah. You can see the card, but you cannot interact with it in any way. It is just eye candy.
Sure.
That's what phasing is.
All right, are we on the instance?
Well, we've still got a few creature slots left to fill, right? How many creatures? Well,
we're at 32.
Yeah, like 32, and
didn't you say 30 was the number we wanted to hit?
34. 34 is the number that we're looking at. So
I see.
Okay,
Olivia?
at this point, ideally I would like to see your mana curve. If there's a way we can easily do that in Cockatrice, maybe? Is there a way to do that? Probably not.
You're asking the wrong person.
Because what I'd like to see is like, do you have a lot of low cost creatures, meaning we should probably add in a few high cost stuff, or do we have a lot of high cost creatures, meaning we should probably add some low cost stuff? Like that's kind of what I'd like to be able to see, but I'm not sure if there's a great visual way to get that.
Yeah, I don't even know how to save the deck, honestly.
Tell you what, can I see what you've got in Cockatrice?
Yeah,
Because there is
let me
at
change that
least
over.
I can see the mana cost. All right, so let's see what you've got here. Oh my god, that is so tiny. Oh god, why can't I see the mana? Let's see. Oh, what about the view?
There's the save deck. Ooh.
Yeah, there it is.
I'll go ahead and
I
start
wonder if
saving.
the view tab has a way to do that.
Alright, I'm going to switch over to the Cockatrice screen.
Deck.
So everyone else can see as well. See as I fumble around.
Let's see, we got floating, visible. What's the difference between floating and visible?
Add custom sets and cards. Huh. Interesting. Print deck. Oh, can I just print the cards? That'd be really helpful.
Make a bunch of proxies.
Card info. Visible. Floating.
Yeah, I have no idea what those two mean.
Oh, I see. It makes the... Okay, so visible makes it go away.
Why?
Turning off visible makes it go away.
Okay. As for floating.
Floating makes it a separate window.
That
you can move around.
I see. Yeah, it'd be very ideal if they could just have like a way for you to see like some kind of chart, because a lot of deck builders do have that where you can just more easily visualize like where your curve is, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so the filter only applies to the search. It doesn't apply to the deck. So I can't just filter it to help us figure out what's going on. Filters, deck. No, it's all the same stuff.
Okay, I'm just gonna like manually do this on my phone, I guess. Look at each card and see if I can remember what its mana cost was. So Welcoming Vampires a 3. Hang on. Gonna name this Mana Curve.
I can upload a custom avatar. Whoa!
Yeah.
Roll a die.
So, as for ones,
why is rolling a die control I?
I have no idea. 4s, 5s.
Oh, because draw is control D. Okay.
Aha. 7, 8. I don't think we have anything over 8, or if we even have anything that is 8. Okay, so Welcoming Vampire was a 3. I remember
Cockatrice
that.
has custom themes. If I do more with Cockatrice, I'm gonna need to make my own theme.
5. Veto is 3. Viscera Seer is 1.
Power and toughness.
Vampire of the Dire Moon. That was also one.
Okay, none of the
Vampire
tips of the day helped.
Socialite. I cannot remember what Vampire Socialite was. It's 2. Okay, so 2. Twilight Prophet is 4.
Mm-hmm.
The next one, Storm. That's a 3.
How we doing, chat?
Sign of Opulence.
Well, while Haru does math, is this math? I don't know if this counts as math.
I'm just kind of writing these down in a document so I can visualize the curve, basically.
Mm-hmm.
What sign of opulence again?
3.
Aha. So that's another 3. Sanctum Seeker is, I believe, a 4. Rakish Air. Not to remember what that one was. 3, okay. Nighthawk Scavenger is a 3. Metallic Mimic is a 2. And now I cannot see because there you go. You're not allowed to do anything. Maven. Oh, is she a 4? I think she's a 4.
3.
Oh, I was thinking of a different card then. Okay.
Wait. Is this
Malakir Blood Witch?
I guess it is.
Malakir Blood Witch.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a 5.
5. Yep. Legion Lieutenant is a 2. Knight of Heaven. Yep, that's a 1. Indulgent Aristocrat is a 1. Northstern Predator is a 4. Forerunner of Legion is a 3. Lorian's a 3. Elendra is a 4. Edgar is a 4. Grana is a 3. Cruel Celebrant's a 2.
Maple,
hello! Crossway Troublemakers. Oh, that's a 6.
yeah, big 6.
Cordial Vampire's a 2.
How are you, Maple? How you doing?
Champion of Dusk is 5. Captivating Vampire is a 3. Bloodline Keeper's a 4. And Blood Artist is a 2. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a shit ton of 3s is what I'm looking at. That tends to be the case whenever I build any Magic deck ever for some reason.
Clearly 3 is the optimum amount of mana cost.
So basically, as far as cards that we can add, we got 2 more cards. Let's go ahead and add Olivia Crimson Bride. That's a 6.
Heck yeah, Maple.
And
We're doing good too. Playing some.
Yeah.
We're not playing Magic the Gathering. We're building a deck, which is almost like playing, but slightly more boring.
Okay, let's see. What other maybes did we have? Butcher of Malakir was a maybe.
You couldn't pay me to remember what our maybes are.
Enrica? What Enrica? Ah, yeah, that was the one that we didn't feel good about.
Me when I'm Ken Rican.
Let's go for one higher cost. Let's put in Butcher Malakir.
Butcher of Malakir. Sure.
That is, I believe, 7. All right. So that at least irons out our curve a little bit more, and now we are officially done with creatures. Only a third of the way done. Something like that.
Give it up for day 13. Day 13.
The rest is going to be a lot
quote
quicker.
unquote
The creatures
faster.
was the main stuff. Let's see. As for instance,
what about them? Oh, do we want to go back to those ones from the
what ones?
The skull clamp and the swords to plowshares?
Oh, we'll think about skull clamp when we're thinking about artifacts. Swords to plowshares, though, is a yes.
Sure.
Do you want to include that?
Boom. Instant.
So what? We want like about 7 instants. Well, we want about 14 instants and sorcerers in total is the thing.
Hey, Florian. Hey, Florian. Look. It's Florian. We added Florian. Oh wait, I'm on the other screen. I need to go back to the internet screen.
But yeah, we are indeed playing Florian.
We added Florian. See?
Yeah.
Anyways. Instance. There we go.
Yeah. So about 14 instants and sorcerers in total. So we've got swords to plowshares.
Sure.
Here, I'm just gonna keep doing our curve thing while we're at this. So swords to plowshares.
The art of Anguish Unmaking looks like Sephiroth just killed Sephiroth.
So Anguish Unmaking is a very good card, but well, and also it's just like incredible flavor win because that's Soren on the card right there, and
sure.
we want to be playing Soren.
So as a planeswalker, does Soren not count as a creature?
Yeah, no, he doesn't count as a creature.
That's
He's a
so
planeswalker.
Weird. I don't understand.
You as the player of the game are also a planeswalker. You are not a creature.
But I am a creature.
No, you're a planeswalker.
I'm La Creatura.
Yeah, so let's see. Anguish Unmaking is fine. I like these. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff. Dark Ritual, Bedevil, Plunder Forbidden. Oh, so many 3-cost cards. Okay, we gotta have at least one 3-cost card, though, right? Okay, Flawless Maneuver. You want Flawless Maneuver. That's gonna save your stuff from board wipes and make them indestructible.
Sure. I don't see it on here, but I'm just gonna put it in. I don't see it on the website, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's pretty far down the list of instants.
Yeah, there it is.
Interesting, it says minus 11% synergy. Don't know why.
You have to control a commander.
In order for it to be free.
Yeah. You want your cards to be destroyed, that's why. It makes your cards
I
not be destroyed.
Sure.
Vampire's Vengeance seems kind of good. I don't know.
Vampire's Vengeance? Where is that one?
Like...
Oh, Vampire's Vengeance. 2 damage to each non-vampire. Create a blood token.
I mean, the blood token part is not as good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, cause if you're playing against a deck that plays a bunch of like creatures, you're kind of like in.
If we're assuming we're not going up against a mirror match.
Yeah, assuming it's not a mirror match, but you're in a bit of a stalemate where you just can't get through your opponent's stuff. Like, it's good against a token deck.
Yeah.
Or just a small creature deck. Otherwise, it's not that good.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit, Akroma's Will. Look at Akroma's Will.
Choose one. If you control a commander, as you cast a spell, you may choose both. Creatures you control gain flying, vigilance, and double strike until the end of the turn. Creatures you control gain lifelink, indestructible, and protection from all colors until end of turn.
That is... I think you gotta play that card.
It seems pretty good.
So good.
It does cost 4.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there's a whole thing of Akroma. Which one was this one? Will. It's a whole archetype.
Mm-hmm.
Except you can't search them because the names don't count for anything.
Nope. Yeah, Akroma is just like one of the most famous angels in MTG. Let's see, what else we have?
Dark Ritual is a funny one. Just has the big M there. It's such a tiny piece of text. Just add 3.
Dark Ritual is pretty... it's pretty good.
It triples your mana.
It does. Well, it's 1 mana in order to gain 3 mana that you have to use.
It triples the mana of one of its cost.
It's great if it's in your starting hand and you have a 3-cost card in your hand.
Yeah, that makes sense. We do
but
have a lot of
only if that 3-cost card is
black.
Also only black.
Yeah. And also the starting land that you have is black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is fairly likely since this is a black heavy deck, but the fact that it's only black heavy and not black exclusive makes me think Dark Ritual is a bad card.
Yeah. Vampiric Tutor is flavorful, but also it doesn't seem like it. I guess it's good because it searches, but what is with magic cards and not searching it to your hand and instead searching it to the top of your deck?
Yeah. So Vampiric Tutor is okay, I will say the vast majority of tutor cards are ones that put cards in your hand. The reason a lot of the ones that you're seeing here are the ones that put them to the top of your deck are because those are the ones that are more efficient in terms of mana cost.
Okay.
And therefore, people are likely to play them a little bit more.
And that way, you can't play 2 of them in one turn because the one that you search will be shuffled back into the deck unless you use a draw spell.
The thing about Vampiric Tutor is like the way a lot of people play that card is either on the end of your opponent's turn they play Vampiric Tutor and therefore you immediately draw the card.
Yeah.
So you're kind of skipping your draw step in order to get the card that you want. Or they play it right on your turn, right before you draw.
they use it. They use it as Destiny Draw, the skill in Duel Links.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 1 mana Destiny Draw.
I will to the top of my deck. Pot of Greed.
So,
okay. Here's a question: does Magic have the kind of cards where you you excavate the top of your deck and then you search what you excavated for a certain type of card, and then if you find that type of card, you get to do something with it?
What is excavation? I never understood what that does.
Excavation in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an effect where you take the top however many cards from your deck and look at them and then place them back on top of your deck.
So okay, yeah, Magic just doesn't have a single word for that. It's just look at the top X cards of your deck and then do something.
See, here Yu-Gi-Oh has the keyword.
Yeah. So what was your question again?
So yeah, does Magic have effects where like you excavate the top of your deck, and you look, if you find a certain card or like certain type of card in that excavated set of cards, you get to do something with it?
Yes.
Okay, so Vampiric Tutor would be good for that.
Yeah, there are a few cards that are like that. I don't think there are any in the Vampire deck though. But I don't know. Vampiric Tutor is one of the most powerful tutor cards ever printed. Just for like the efficient cost of, for the low cost of 1 black mana, you can get any card that you want.
Yeah.
In your entire deck.
And you have to lose 2 life too, but
yeah, you have to lose 2 life, but that doesn't matter because you have 40 life in Commander, and also so I would say,
considering that this is like generic beyond the fact that you need to have a black mana, that seems like a pretty good card for any excavation strategy.
Yeah,
like a good example of this in Yu-Gi-Oh, I believe, would be, I think Adamancipator has like cards that also stack cards at the top of your deck, and then like almost every single one of the Adamancipator monsters excavates 5 cards, and then if there's a rock type monster that they are allowed to summon, they summon it. So then they can just like summon monsters from the top of the deck over and over and over again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's why Adamancipators were kind of nutty. Of course, they also require the help of Block Dragon, because Block Dragon is a busted ass card, but it's not a busted ass card as long as rocks aren't powerful. But as soon as rocks become powerful, it becomes the most broken card imaginable. Okay.
So as far as Vampiric Tutor goes, I say go ahead and include that.
Sure. It keeps disconnecting me for whatever reason.
Huh.
I know what reason. It says I'm not being active, but it's like I'm typing in the thing every so often. I guess it means by active it means it wants me actually using the servers for something. Alright, Vampiric Tutor in.
Okay. That puts us at 2 instance? 3? 4? 4 instance. So we got like 3 more to go. I really want to include Anguish Unmaking. But Utter End at least fills out more the top end of the curve. Well, I don't know. Anguish Unmaking is the type of, like, that type of effect is the sort of thing that you want to have cost cheap. So Utter End is worse because, like, sure, you're not losing life, but you're having to spend 1 whole extra mana.
Sure. Yeah.
For that effect. So I would say go with Anguish Unmaking.
All right.
As a just very incredibly solid removal spell. That puts us at 5?
Whoa. This alternate art of Anguish Unmaking that they're showing in the fucking thing is goddamn awesome. I'm pulling this up on stream.
That looks like some Slipknot type, like, or just death metal, like, band cover.
There it is. Look at that. Look at that shit. This is Megadeth.
Yeah.
Holy moly. All right.
Alright.
That's 5.
Return to Dust, maybe? Return to Dust is pretty good. Chaos Warp is kind of like an auto-include in any deck that has red.
Do we have enough red to justify it?
Yes, because it only costs 1 red mana to play. Skeletal Scrying is interesting. I'd like a draw cards instance, so we're kind of looking at Stinging Study is interesting. Skeletal Scrying is not that good because you have to pay X. Lethal Scheme, destroy each other. Yeah, interesting. Never seen that card before. Plumb the Forbidden. Okay, so here's what we need. We need 1 way to deal with something that isn't a creature. So Return to Dust is kind of looking good. Fracture is kind of looking good. We could also do Utter End. Just might as well have both. Or Despark. Despark is also very just efficient. I'd say go with Despark. Go ahead and add Despark.
Sure. Hell yeah, Maple. I'm glad. It's hard to not be chill when all you're doing is deck building.
Exactly. Okay, and then we've got 1 more instant. This one needs to be the card draw one. Plumb the Forbidden. Deadly Dispute. Village Rites. Stinging Study or Skeletal Scrying. Maybe Deadly Dispute? It costs 1 extra mana, but it gives you a treasure token as well.
That's true. Of course, you also have to sacrifice an artifact or creature, but we got the tokens.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah. This deck kind of wants to sacrifice things occasionally, and that's kind of why I'm leaning towards that. If it weren't for the fact that we were doing that, I would go off books and say there's actually a card that's not here that I would recommend you play for card draw, which is... what's it called?
Pot of Greed.
No.
Pot of Prosperity. Pot of Extravagance.
I actually cannot remember the name of the card, but
Pot of Duality.
It's basically really good to play in like a 3 color. It's for 3 mana, you draw 3 cards and lose 3 life, which is just very solid.
Jar of Greed.
But because we kind of want to be sacrificing stuff occasionally, I'd say Deadly Dispute.
Pot of Avarice.
Go ahead and add that one.
All right. It is.
All right, and that is it for instants. So on to the sorceries.
Me when I'm sorcering.
So
immediately I'm seeing New Blood, and I'm liking the way the art looks. That lady, I love her hair.
So let's see. As an additional cost to cast New Blood, tap an untapped vampire you control. Gain control of target creature. Change the text of that creature by replacing all instances of one creature type with vampire. Huh?
Okay. You gotta tap on a vampire. Gain control of target creature. Change the text of that creature by replacing all instances of one creature type with vampire. So I guess it's like good if you're going up against another tribal deck.
I mean, it also changes the creature types of the card.
Yeah.
That you're stealing. Like if you're stealing a non-vampire, you turn it into a vampire.
Yeah.
That's, I think, where it's mostly relevant. This is 4 mana. Steal any of your opponent's stuff that's mostly problematic, including their commander.
And also change it into a vampire.
You can steal their commander. Yeah, you can steal their commander and turn it into a vampire. And it's not an until end of turn effect. It is just permanently.
It is permanent.
This is now yours. Yeah.
It is permanent.
New Blood is good. Go ahead and include it.
Yeah, that seems kind of cracked. Seems a little nutty. as the zebra from Madagascar would say, it's crackle.
What's his name? Is it Murphy or something? No, Eddie Murphy is the guy that plays him.
No. It's
no?
I think it's Chris Rock.
Oh, it's Chris Rock. Yeah, it is.
Eddie Murphy was Donkey.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't thought about those movies in forever.
Yep.
I haven't even thought about Shrek as a movie in forever, only as a cultural meme.
Oh, I think about it daily.
Could not be me. People
Shrek is one of the best movies ever made.
Shrek is a fine film. It is okay. It is merely okay.
I just think it's great as a film that just dunks on Disney.
I mean,
and that's what makes it the most important film to our society ever.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with it is that it dunks on Disney from just another giant corporation perspective.
Yeah, true.
They're so vapid, unlike us. Fart joke.
Just the Lord Farquaad jokes are hilarious. The whole just Lord Farquaad as a character is hilarious. Yeah.
There's a new Shrek movie.
Love. Shrek is life.
Come on. Put it to bed.
Is there?
Put it to bed.
Is there? Oh my.
Let sleeping dogs lie.
So what you're saying is Shrek the Final Chapter was in fact not the final chapter.
It's a lie. It was a lie.
It's the final chapter if and only if the other, if and only if Shrek doesn't do well as this franchise anymore.
The last Shrek movie was in 2010. My bones are aging. They are cracking. They are drying out. They are now the Sahara.
Your bones are, as the zebra would say, crack-a-lackin'.
They are crack-a-lackin'. The zebra had to have a name. I know the lion's name was Alex. And the king of the lemurs was King Julian.
Wait, was it Marty or was the giraffe Marty?
I think the giraffe was Marty. Okay. Zebra from Madagascar. No, it was the zebra.
Ah. There we go. Madagascar is another thing that just gets milked to death.
Marty is the deuteragonist of the deuteragonist of the Madagascar franchise. He is a zebra who formerly lived in Central Park Zoo, and he's also Alex's best friend.
All right.
Why doesn't it say who? Okay, voiced by Chris Rock as an adult.
Okay.
Thomas Stanley as a child. Phil Lamar in the video game, and Amir O'Neil in A Little Wild. Phil Lamar, what are you doing? What are you doing voicing the video game version of fucking Marty the Zebra? Don't you have, like, good roles to do? Like, he was Samurai Jack. He's Jar Jar Binks in the Skywalker Saga Lego games. I guess whatever pays. But I still have Banisher the Radiant sub.
At the very least, it's not what's his face that's voicing Mario.
Oh, Chris Pratt.
Yeah, at the very least, it's not Chris Pratt. Yeah,
I would rather that Chris Pratt was playing awful, like, playing characters in awful shovelware games instead of playing them in multimedia franchise movies.
Yep.
And honestly, I don't give a shit about the Mario movie, but that guy's ruining Garfield.
True.
He's gonna ruin my Garfield. He's gonna make my Garfield an anti-Italian.
Yep.
Do you remember the thing about him being a weird anti-Italian racist? And he's playing Mario and Garfield. Mario, who isn't Italian, and Garfield, who loves Italian food. Maple, you have a theory about the Mario movie. Do tell. What are we doing next? Merciless eviction. That does not look like a regular eviction. It looks like people are having their soul sucked out of them.
That's exactly what's happening. It's
they're being evicted from
merciless.
their bodies. It's going to be an isekai where a handful of New Yorkers get sucked into the Nintendo console and have to escape Jumanji style.
That would be.
So that's really funny though, because the first Mario Brothers movie is also an isekai. It's an isekai about two Brooklyn plumbers who get sucked into the Mushroom Kingdom world, which is currently ruled by dinosaurs, including like dinosaurs who have evolved into humanoid shapes, including the king of the dinosaurs, King Koopa.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's pretty fucking weird. It's also pretty fucking queer, which is kind of cool. All right.
So, going back to Merciless Eviction. So I'm thinking we either have Olivia's Wrath or Merciless Eviction. Merciless Eviction is the better board wipe, and it can hit non-creatures if that is relevant.
Yeah, the Mario Brothers movie, the original one, is actually a cyberpunk movie because the alternate dimension where the dinosaurs and mushrooms live is a fucking cyberpunk world.
Weird.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Let's see. Yeah.
Each
Olivia's Wrath, on the other hand, is more flavorful, and it doesn't hit any of your stuff.
True.
So I'm gonna leave that decision up to you. Which do you think is like Merciless Eviction is not one-sided, but it can hit anything that's problematic, not just creatures. Olivia's Wrath is one-sided. It can only deal with creatures, and it's not necessarily going to get rid of all the creatures that you care about.
Yeah.
So,
That's a tricky one, because I feel like Olivia's Wrath is just a worse card than Merciless Eviction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
That is also true, Maple. Big Bertha is an icon. I feel like my gut is telling me that we should go with Merciless Eviction, but Olivia's Wrath is so fun.
Yeah.
And it's one-sided instead of a board wipe.
Yeah, my gut is saying go with the flavor play.
Yeah, let's go flavor.
Hell yeah.
And then lose.
Although it's not the only one-sided board wipe here.
True.
Because there's also Ruinous Ultimatum.
Ruinous Ultimatum seems like a tough one to do, though.
It is incredibly difficult to cast. You need not only 7 mana, you need 7 very specific colors of mana for each individual one of those 7 that you have to pay.
Yeah. You have to draw specifically 2 black lands, 3 white lands, 2 red lands.
Mm-hmm. It's not an easy card to cast. However, it is one of my favorite cards from that one of my favorite ultimatums ever printed. So I don't know. I'm biased towards it, but it's up to you if you think you want to play it or not.
The art of Night Whisper here. That's that's me whenever Kara draws Lava Golem in Budget Sealed series. Just closing my eyes, trying not to hear it there. I don't know about Ruinous Ultimatum. I feel like I feel like we can only have so many high roll cards.
That is fair. But yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers, you've definitely got a few high cost card slots to spare. Like you only have 1 7.
Well, I meant
so
just
far.
like the fact you have to like pull all 5 pieces of Exodia together to play the damn thing.
I will say there are a few cards, like once we get to building the mana base,
well, there's a lot more.
It's not going to be that hard to get those specific colors.
I always forget that there's a bunch of lands that are just like, oh, you get this mana or this mana.
Yeah.
So it won't be as bad because we'll be playing like 4 copies of the red and black mana card.
Nope, because that's a singleton.
Oh, okay, right, because we're playing Highlander-ish.
Only basic lands you're allowed.
Yeah.
Infinite copies of.
Yeah, because the non-basic lands apply by whatever the card rules are. Which is why I said 4 instead of as many as we want.
Yeah.
I just forgot that it would have to go follow the singleton rules too.
Final verdict on Ruinous Ultimatum, include or not?
Fuck it.
YOLOing it?
Yeah. We're gonna draw it and brick on it and lose, but
I mean, it's not as bad a brick as drawing a land when you have no cards in hand.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay. How many are we at? 3 sorceries. So we can do like
We've
4.
successfully added 3 sorceries so far.
We're getting there.
We had a big tangent.
Yeah. Let's see. Blood tribute.
You know, what's funny is like you were saying that you thought that this deck might this stream might be scuffed, but it's not scuffed. It's just we keep going on tangents.
Yeah, it's
not been scuffed at all. Actually,
like very it's not really scuffed. It's just kind of like
we're in podcast mode.
Podcast mode.
Podcast.
Podcast.
We're doing podcast. I'm doing podcasting. What's the podcast on this card?
Kara's accent. Let's see.
Oh, the kicker for blood tribute's pretty easy to get.
Yeah, just like any untapped vampire you control, which if you are playing with Edgar Markov as your commander, you will have a vampire that you can just tap easily.
You will have vampires.
So
I guarantee it.
Target opponent loses half his or her life rounded up.
Goddamn.
If you're non-binary, you are unaffected by this card.
True. There's some cards like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's just like, stop, just right there.
Yeah.
So much more efficient. Look how much space his or her takes up. You could move life to the row up above if you just change it to there.
Yep.
We're being inclusive by adding the word her. We're making you know that we're thinking that women might play this game.
Yeah.
You know, until the guys at the local card shop scare them away.
Yeah. The guys with the neck beards that haven't showered in weeks.
Yeah, that have their waifu mats that they roll out.
And they're spewing hate of how they despise the fact that women can be stormtroopers.
Yeah, and also they when you show up to the locals, they say, I don't know, this locals might be a little bit intense for you.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, Maple.
Oh, God.
Actually, all the people at my locals are pretty nice. I gotta be honest. But then again, I do pass as a guy, so your mileage may vary.
True, yeah.
There is literally only one girl that shows up to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments.
At my locals, it was fairly fine. Like, yeah, it was mostly just like, white guys. And there was like one. I'm actually not even entirely sure. I never actually asked this person. I just always assumed they were cis, but based off of their Facebook profile, they do identify. They seem to use he/him pronouns. So maybe they're transmasc, but yeah. Of
course, if I bet if I went to the shop that Kari works at, I would have a better chance of finding a little bit more gender diversity. But they don't run Yu-Gi-Oh! Locals, so.
But yeah,
fellow VTuber Kari.
I did find this. No, what am I saying? Restart that sentence. This one time at my locals, though, I just remember, like, I was playing a modern tournament the person I was playing against was playing, I think, a Tron deck.
Oh boy. Was it Mono Blue
And
Tron?
no, it was the other Tron, the one that I played, the green Tron. I think I was also playing Tron.
Tron mirror
Maybe
match.
I
Hell
was.
yeah.
It might have been a Tron mirror match. I might have been playing my Mardu control deck, which is a lot worse. I don't know. Either way, I was playing against this guy, and he just bricked really hard both games and lost the match. And he was so pissed, he threw his deck. Like,
Ooh,
threw it.
Jesus.
That is a several hundred card, if not $1,000. Several $100, if not $1,000 deck.
God damn. Imagine.
Yeah.
That is fair, Maple. I've never gone to a gaming locals ever, like video games. Video games? Not my scene at all. I don't like to get sweaty over button mashing.
Yeah.
I like to get sweaty over card text.
This gameplay is lit. This gameplay is fire.
That is like
that you say as you sit and watch your opponent goldfish for 20 minutes.
that is one thing I like make sure to do. I like extra deodorant when I go to card games just to not fit the stereotype as much as possible. I like put a little extra on than I normally would.
Yep.
It was so bad that the card shop outright banned people from playing Smash at the store at all, and that rule still persists. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. My locals just has a rule about keeping your mask on. And if you're not playing, to get the fuck out because it's a tiny little place.
All right. Let's get back to the deck building.
Pact of the Serpent? Is that where we're at? Oh, we never actually decided on a Blood Tribute, did we?
Yeah. That's... I'm gonna leave this one up to you. It's a fun card if you like draw it and like windmill slam it, and all of a sudden your opponent's life is halved and yours is, well, like gone up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, it doesn't add to the board.
No.
Like,
but it's
your
so
life
funny.
totals change, and that's it. But it is hilarious
it's
when
so
you
funny.
get it
I'm
off.
putting it in.
Okay.
It's
perfect.
too funny not to. This is. I'll try to be better about the next few. This is my spoiled card. I'm spoiling myself with it.
Hell yeah. It's very vampire themed as well.
Yeah. 2010 was a bad time for video games. That makes sense, Maple. 2010 was a bad time for video game culture. Like 2010 to 2016, I would say, are like probably the worst years in gaming TM.
Let's see.
Vindicate seems like a pretty good card.
Yeah, Vindicate is very solid. I do want to say, Pact of the Serpent. I'm kind of eyeing that card because... It's pretty good.
Big draw?
Yeah, just draw a shit ton of cards.
Yeah. Don't we have another card like that?
It's on a creature. It's the... which one is it? Champion of Dusk. The one where you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of vampires.
And it was a mandatory effect.
Yep. So, yeah, this is kind of like if we want a second copy of that card, we could run Pact of the Serpent.
Not a bad idea.
Just for some more card draw.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Pact of the Serpent. There we go. Vindicate?
Vindicate is very solid, and it hits lands. If your opponent is playing a problematic land, this is one of the few cards that can deal with it.
I assume this is an include.
Yeah, I usually include Vindicate if I'm playing black and white.
Yeah.
It is an additional 3-cost card. Also, what are we at? 6. Okay, so we've got room for one more sorcery.
I like how Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood are the same card, but one of them you can like make someone else draw cards.
True. And also, Night's Whisper is easier to play in terms of mana cost.
True.
Yeah, like Sign in Blood, back in the day, in the early days of me playing Magic, I was like, the only thing that matters is life total, right? Like, you want your life total to be as high as possible, and you want your opponent's life total to be as low as possible. So I was just like, Sign in Blood is a card where you make your opponent lose 2 life. And Swords to Plowshares, I would use to target my own creatures because I gain life that way. Right? That's how that works.
Oh my god.
I was bad at Magic back in the day.
No concept of card advantage?
Nope. The only thing that matters is the number of my life total and your life total.
Patriarch's Bidding has a very funny card art.
Yeah. It's just it's werewolves
with very long arms.
Mm-hmm. He's there to give you a hug.
Uh-huh.
That's an interesting card. Mm-hmm. Oh, also, just a side note. If you want, you could probably swap Vampiric Tutor for Demonic Tutor, because Demonic Tutor puts the card directly into your hand. You don't have to phase a card draw step for it. It's worse in terms of the mana cost because it costs 2 instead of 1, and it has to be played sorcery speed, so you can't just play it like on your opponent's end step or something like that.
So it would actually be kind of a it wouldn't exactly be replacing Vampiric Tutor, because we would still want to put another instant speed in there.
Yeah, I'm just mostly saying on the sake of like saving, like being as efficient as possible with our card slots and not running too many tutors.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably just either run Demonic Tutor or Vampiric Tutor, but not both.
Yeah.
Unless we were going hard on like just trying to maximize our likelihood of drawing certain cards.
I do not see Demonic Tutor. I'm trying to find
it. It's at the top of the sorceries.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I was about like, Diabolic Intent is like the same thing, except you have to sacrifice a creature.
Yeah, that's because Demonic Tutor, I mean, is one of the earliest tutors ever printed, so back when cards were a lot less balanced.
Mm-hmm.
And for the low cost of 2 mana, you could take any card you want and put it into your hand. Since then, they've realized that is a very powerful effect, and so any cards that try to replicate that have to have a downside.
It's interesting.
And that's what Diabolic Intent is.
It's really interesting. Magic the Gathering seems to not really be afraid of card draw, but rather card search. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really the opposite. Like, everything searches in Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you have card draw, it breaks the game.
Yeah, it is true. Like,
I think the difference is
the opposite
the mana.
way around in Magic. Mm-hmm.
It's like the difference being is the mana, I think, because
Yeah.
everything in Yu-Gi-Oh that searches, you have to play it and then it searches, so it doesn't gain you card advantage, which matters a lot more when you don't have a like a strict mana limit that prevents you from playing a certain number of cards per turn.
So, yeah. Just a thought.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it.
You can swap it if you want, or you don't have to.
Because you're right about the playing it on your opponent's turn right before you draw, and then you just draw it, and it's like effectively putting it into your hand, except you blank to draw phase.
Yeah. It's very efficient, with the downside of you're losing a draw phase.
Yeah. So like, Demonic Tutor, maintains the card advantage, but at a cost of an extra mana.
Yeah. And the fact it's only sorcery speed.
Yeah. Although I'm not sure that I guess the fact that it's instant speed could matter, because like, say you want to save some mana in case you need to activate effects, and then they don't do anything where you need to activate those effects, you just play that to use up some of that extra mana. Yeah,
exactly.
That makes sense. Maybe we should keep as is. I think whatever it was called
makes sense to me.
Pretty good. Yeah,
Vampiric Tutor
has a lot of application.
Just more. And also, just like the name fits better with the deck.
That's also true. I wasn't even thinking that, but yeah.
So let's see. Where are we at? 6 sorceries. So let's find one more to do. And I'm liking the looks of these cards that return like all of a certain creature. Oh! Wait, okay, the card I was thinking of earlier is here. It's Painful Truths. That's the card,
Converge.
The reason I didn't see it was because it's a sorcery, and I was thinking of the instance. So, yeah. Painful Truths is a solid card. I always like to play it. But, it's not perfect. Not everyone runs the card, and I understand why.
That's weird. It says minus 9% synergy, as if you wouldn't be playing 3 different mana types, which is the maximum amount for Painful Truths.
I guess it's because of the fact that this deck is heavy black.
I guess that's true.
And so you're not necessarily going to have the other 2 colors when you play it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Exsanguinate is so good though.
Oh yeah, that can start things.
If you have the mana for it, it's like just like drain. Let's say you have 3 opponents and you somehow have enough mana to like play this for 8. So you drain every of your opponents for 6, and you gain 18.
Yeah.
But also, black has ways of cheating and gaining a lot of mana. So, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'll leave it up to you if you think Exsanguinate's worth it. Well, no, because we're also playing
that other
Blood Tribute.
Yeah, Blood
right?
Tribute. Yep.
Yeah. Although that's target opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Exsanguinate.
Should we maybe be playing this instead of Blood Tribute?
I don't know, because like.
Blood Tribute really theoretically does a lot more damage.
Yeah, that's also very true. Blood Tribute does a lot more for for a fixed cost, whereas it's like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Blood Tribute a little bit better. Exsanguinate is good as a win condition if you happen to have like a bunch of mana.
Yeah.
Like you somehow found a way to generate infinite mana, and then you play Exsanguinate for like a bajillion, and then you win. That's what Exsanguinate's good for. It's not that good if you're just playing vanilla, just like pay as much mana as you can.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm thinking for the last card slot. I like the idea of Haunting Voyage.
Choose a creature type, return up to 2 creature cards of that type from your graveyard to the battlefield. If this spell was foretold, return all... that doesn't really matter. We're not going to... oh, no, we have a foretell-able ability.
Yeah.
Okay. If this spell was foretold, return all creature cards of that type from your graveyard to the battlefield instead. Foretell is a big cost.
Well, so, yeah. For 2 mana, you can foretell it, and it's kind of like setting a trap card. And then...
doesn't that say 2 black mana and 5 other mana?
No, that's the...
oh, that's the
when
cost
you're
to
playing foretell.
Okay.
That's when you're playing it when it's foretold.
Okay.
But in order to foretell, all you have to do is pay the 2. And yeah, it does cost a lot of mana, but 7 mana in Commander isn't really all that much.
Sure.
So I mostly just like Haunting Voyage for the fact it's a mass reanimation spell for like all your vampires.
Yeah. I think that's pretty good. There we go.
And then I'm going to cheat a little bit because
I love cheating.
Okay, we are at 7 sorceries, right? And we should only have 7 sorceries if we're following this guide. However, there is 1 sorcery we can include and have it take up a land slot instead of a sorcery slot.
Whoa.
And that sorcery is Agadeem's Awakening.
Sure.
Because that card can also be a land if you need it to be.
Agadeem's Awakening. Return from your graveyard to the battlefield any number of target creature cards that have a different converted mana cost, X or less. And it's also, possibly a land. Basically works as a swamp.
Yeah.
All right. Kind of weird, but sure. Why not?
Now we're finally on to the artifacts. How many artifacts should we be running? 10. We should be running 10 artifacts. So, as I mentioned before, Vanquisher's Banner is a very solid card.
Sure.
Especially if you're playing a tribal deck. Just play it, name vampires, and all your vampires get boosted, and every time you play a vampire, you draw a card.
Sure. Put it in. There it goes. Okay. There we go. Well, it's giving me the old school art. Old school border anyways. All right.
Then Door of Destinies is... oh, wait a minute.
Isn't that a Yu-Gi-Oh card?
I was thinking of a very different card. Door of Destinies is actually pretty solid. But...
yeah, that's a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Really?
Yeah, look.
Oh!
The only difference is that's Door of Destinies, and this is the Door of Destiny.
Mm-hmm. So, here, I'm just going to kind of skim through the artifacts first. Obelisk of Erd is interesting. Sword of the Animist is what a lot of people play in any commander deck, really.
Swiftfoot boots, is that something from the D&D set? Because that sounds D&D as fuck.
No. Swiftfoot boots has always been in the game for as long as I can remember.
That explains it. If it's early Magic the Gathering, that explains why it sounds like D&D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That explains why it sounds like D&D nonsense.
It's the boots of swift feet.
Uh-huh.
Eldrazi Monument is so good. Especially, oh my god, it's so good. Because it gives all your stuff indestructible and flying.
Uh-huh.
And the downside of the card is you have to sacrifice a creature every single turn. But if you're making a creature every single turn...
True.
It doesn't matter.
We putting it in?
Gotta put it in, oh my god.
We are the Eldrazi.
Okay. What is glass cast?
I like this alt art.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna put it up on stream.
Glass cast heart. Okay, more blood token stuff. Huh. Interesting. That's kind of fun, but yeah.
I like that. That looks really nice.
Last Cast Heart is just a meme card. It's not really necessarily that good. Heirloom Blade. Whenever equipped creature dies, you may reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card that shares a card type with it. Put that in your hand. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of equipment, though.
Mm-hmm.
Some equipment are fine, but for the most part, I don't bother with them.
Equipment in a deck that seems to be very heavily focused on sacrificing creatures doesn't really seem like a good idea.
Yeah. However, let's see.
What about this glass cast heart?
I was just looking at that. I'm thinking that card is more of a meme than anything else. It's not necessarily.
Whenever one or more vampires you control attack, create a blood token, blah blah blah, blood tokens shit. Pay 1 life, create a 1/1 white and black vampire creature token with lifelink. Okay. Then the second effect, sacrifice glass cast heart and 13 blood tokens. Each opponent loses 13 life and you gain 13 life. Okay, the second effect is for sure cope.
Yeah.
You're never making it that far.
You are never gonna have 13 blood tokens to sacrifice, and
because it's like it says whenever one or more vampires you control attack, which means it's like you have to go through 13 battle phases,
13 combat phases,
with and keeping the blood tokens every time. However, generating blood tokens continuously, and also being able to summon vampire tokens, that part seems kind of good.
It's fine, but I'm not terribly impressed with it. But also, we only have 2 artifacts so far. Let's just go all ham on, like, the important artifacts.
Sure.
Herald's Horn. Absolutely play Herald's Horn.
Herald's Horn? Doesn't Herald need that?
It's not anymore. Same with Door of Destinies. I'm feeling Door of Destinies is pretty good.
All right, I'll put in the worst Yu-Gi-Oh card I've ever seen in my life.
Let's see.
I don't get the point of the Yu-Gi-Oh card. It must be some I think it's anime bullshit. Because it's like
fair. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Door of Destiny has some sort of anime thing to it. Because I think that's like an important thing in the Zexal arc. Like the Door of Destiny, he like has to open it to do something. I don't know why it would be a trap card as well, but that's just how things are in Yu-Gi-Oh. Sometimes things become cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like when the opposed monster declares a direct attack, negate the attack, then special summon this card as an effect monster. Fiend Light, level 1, attack 0 defense. 0 attack, 0 defense. During your standby phase, while this card is treated as a monster, you banish any number of Utopia monsters with different names from your graveyard and inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each of those banished monsters. And if you do, this card gains attack equal to the damage they took. How many Utopia monsters do you have in your fucking grave? Utopia monsters? For context, Utopia monsters are not main deck monsters. There is exactly one Utopia card that exists in the main deck, and that's Utopic Onomat or something like that. I don't even know if because it's Utopic. It's not Utopia. It's Utopic, so it doesn't even count. All of them are extra deck monsters. All Utopia cards are extra deck monsters, so you can only have at most 15, and that requires a lot of doing.
Wow.
Now, granted, 500 for 15. If you found a way to get all 15 into the graveyard somehow, that would almost be lethal. That would almost be lethal, and then you'd have a gigantic bungus. Because like 8,000 life points. If you had all 15 Utopia in the graveyard and you banished them all for that effect, you would do 7,500 damage and then have the 7,500 life point monster with no protection. Stupid. Also, it's a Fiend level 1 monster, so it has no synergy with Utopia. None. Like the Utopia stuff uses like warrior type monsters, and they're like rank 4s, so they need level 4 monsters. Stupid. Anyways.
Yeah, so back to the artifacts.
Back to the past Samurai Jack. Watcha.
So, we would like... Oh, shit. Hang on. I might be getting a little bit overboard because we should only really go up to 10 artifacts total, and right now we are at 4. But we want the mana artifacts as well, is the thing.
So should we head on over? I don't know.
I want to squeeze in one more of the utility artifacts.
Sure.
I'm thinking Bantu's Monument.
All right.
Yeah, Bantu's Monument.
Oh yeah, that seems pretty good. That seems really good. What the fuck? 7% synergy, my ass.
The cost reduction only is gonna affect like most of your vampires, not all of them.
Yeah, I don't care about the cost reduction. I care about the second effect.
Yeah, the second effect is very solid.
The second effect turns every monster into a burn card. It's Trickstar. It's Trickstar Light Stage for Magic the Gathering.
Yep. And now, as for the mana artifacts, we have what?
A lot of talismans.
5?
5, yeah.
Yeah, we have 5 left. So, Soul Ring and Arcane Signet, those are both auto includes.
Sure.
Also, I forgot I was supposed to be keeping track of our mana curve. Hang on.
How
Where did
dare?
I stop?
How dare you not
Where
keep
did I
track of
stop
things?
keeping track of the mana curve? Okay, it was a 3-cost card. Bontu's Monument. Oh, that was just okay. Never mind. I didn't stop keeping track. Okay, Soul
Aha.
Ring
Uh-huh.
costs 1. Arcane Signet costs 2. Okay. As for other cards to include, Chromatic Lantern. Yes, yes, yes. Chromatic Lantern.
Me when I'm
That will help
chromatic and
all of
lantern.
our mana cost issues.
Oh yeah, yeah, that does work.
Yeah. Then Heraldic Banner, because that one boosts all our creatures as well. Or most of them, I suppose, but
Yeah.
still. And now we got one more artifact we can add. What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
Is it gonna be Mana Crypt, Felwar Stone, Commander's Spear? I'm
Borrow.
partial
Ooh.
to Mana Crypt personally, just because it boosts you
Yeah,
2 mana instantly.
that's true.
But we already have Soul Ring for that.
True. Borrow
So
Signet actually seems pretty good if we're going heavy on black. But we still have these red and whites in our
that's
deck.
fair. Hmm. I'd say
Or Talisman of Conviction does a similar thing.
yeah.
Borrow
Hmm.
Signet seems better though. Well, it does cost a mana to activate the ability.
The thing is, like with you don't want to minimize. Well, you don't want to have too many stuff that doesn't tap for black though, because most of the deck is going to be black.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yes, it offsets the fact that we might not have as much colored mana for the other 2 colors, but we don't want to cut ourselves off from black mana either.
Yeah.
Hmm. But you know what? I like your logic. Go ahead and add Boros Signet.
Sure. All right.
Now,
59 card main deck.
enchantments time. 6 enchantments. I will. Before we do the enchantments, I am gonna take a bathroom break.
All right. If that's the case, I think I'm going to go grab some water real quick. So we'll go over to the BRB screen. All right, we're back.
Hello.
Whew.
By the way, if you don't want Ian to die of dehydration or for their muscles to get cramped because they've been sitting in the same position too long, you can do some channel point redeems. Or hydrate and stretch, respectively.
And the hydrate makes me look funny for some, because it gets in the way of the capture.
You start to astral project yourself.
And then I suddenly get really stiff, and then I astral project for a little bit more, and then I come back to normal.
There is no purchase containing a product or user with that name.
True. I'm always saying this.
It's basically your catchphrase at this point. All right, enchantments. So, what's the thing saying? It's saying we want...
It must be case sensitive, Sabrina.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You want 6 enchantments.
Anointed Procession seems good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with us making 1 every single turn, yeah.
Now we're making 2 every single turn.
But there's a lot of really good enchantments, and Anointed Procession, I feel, is a little bit mid compared to the others. So, okay, Legion's Landing.
Sabrina, the command is also case sensitive. you can't capitalize redeem. It has to be lowercase redeem, uppercase hydrate.
Oh. Don't you love when that's the case?
Oh god, it's so fucking funny.
Whoa! Holy shit.
What?
Shared animosity.
When a creature you control attacks, gains +1 until the end of the turn for each other attacking creature that shares a creature type with it. Yeah?
So you attack with like 3 vampires and they all get +3/+0. Or they all get +2/+0. Because it's each other.
Yeah.
But still. Like. And you're gonna be making a lot of vampires?
Yeah.
I'm liking the look of shared animosity.
I don't know what's wrong, Sabrina. I don't know what's wrong with it for you specifically.
Huh. Surely you have enough channel points for it.
Hey, it would say so, I imagine.
I'm gonna see if I can do it. Oh. Weird. It's not even letting you do it.
It says it's infinite. I don't. There shouldn't be an issue of quantity. And it's on. It's there. Oh. You're using the wrong command.
Oh,
right.
Purchase. It's a purchase
command. The right command. It's supposed to be exclamation point purchase. There.
There you go. Okay.
Duh. All right, anyways, back to it.
Okay. Yeah, so shared animosity.
Yep, added.
Um,
Okay, now I will drink the water.
okay.
Sanguine Bond, and Exquisite Blood are the same card but reversed.
Yep, those make an infinite combo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Speaking of, definitely Exquisite Blood.
Sure.
Whether you want Sanguine Bond is up to you, because we already have Veto to do the same exact effect, it's just on a vampire.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. There's probably better things we could be playing.
Yeah.
Well,
But
Legion's
definitely
Landing.
Exquisite Blood. Legion's Landing. I was thinking about that one and debating as if whether or not we could potentially include that card and have it just count as one of our land.
I don't know.
Because it
It
turns
seems-
into a land.
Seems pretty easy to proc.
Yeah. So maybe?
Maybe.
I'd say we could probably include it as a land.
Let's do it. Why not?
Nice. Okay, we are currently at 3 enchantments, although one of them is a land, so that's only 2 enchantments, really. Yeah, we got a lot of enchantments to go through.
Oh, Boise.
Hmm. Okay, Radiant Destiny is just a guaranteed boost for all our vampires. And if we have the city's blessing, they get vigilance.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a way to get the city's blessing.
Mm-hmm.
So should we play it?
I think maybe the only issue I really have is the fact we already have a lot of 3-cost cards. Like 3 is still the highest point in our mana curve. Not highest point, but you know what I mean, like the highest peak of the
Sure.
curve. Rally the Ranks does something that's basically the same. It just doesn't have the city's blessing effect.
Yeah. And it's 1 cost less.
Yeah. So I think Rally the Ranks is a good add.
All right.
Let's see. Cover of Darkness. Gives all the stuff here. That's not great.
Vampiric Rites seems kind of okay.
Yeah,
If it weren't
it's
for
a
the
sack
mana
outlet.
cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if
it was just sacrifice
the
a
issue
creature.
being, yeah, the issue being that it costs 2 mana to do the sacrificing at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smothering Tithe I know is pretty good. Cathar's Crusade is actually kind of amazing. if we're playing a lot of creatures.
Oh, right, yeah. That one we should probably put in. Because we make a token every turn.
Yep.
So we activate it every turn. All right.
Then, let's see, 2 more. I think... So if we want to add in a card that has the extort ability, this is the time to do it. And there are 2 extort cards right here. There's Blind Obedience and there's Life Insurance. Life Insurance, whenever a non-token creature dies, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. Blind Obedience. Artifact and creatures your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped.
Ooh. That one seems like a nasty floodgate.
It is. It's very nasty to play against.
That's weird because like it seems strictly better than life insurance.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I guess we'll go with Blind Obedience. Nasty wasty floodgate. All right. One more.
One more enchantment. Oh no, my jazz music stopped.
Do we want to go with Anointed Procession?
What's
like,
that?
That was the one you said was pretty good, but there's like really good enchantments.
Yeah. Maybe.
I think like unless there's one that you think is like really, really good. I feel like it's
there are like 2 that I have my eyes on.
Ooh, land tax.
Land tax is kind of fun. The 2 I have my eyes on are Smothering Tithe is just kind of a very good card that gets like in Commander, it's just kind of like an auto include because either your opponents are choosing to pay the cost so that you don't make the treasure tokens and therefore they're just down on 2 mana every single turn, or they choose not to pay the cost and you can untap and start your next turn with at least 1 treasure token, if not 3.
That's gross.
It's incredibly disgusting, and it's like it gives you an insane advantage.
Yeah, no, you should probably include this one. Another gross floodgate. Is that just what enchantments are? Is just like that's where the gross floodgates live?
Yeah. Some artifacts kind of act as floodgates, but mostly it's the enchantments.
All right, so now we're on the planeswalkers.
Yeah, and there's only 1 planeswalker for that we should really include,
and it's one of the Sorens.
Yeah, it's one of the Sorens.
Is it the one that looks like he's from a TV movie?
Which one? The Mirthless?
Yeah. He looks like he's from a made-for-TV movie about this guy.
He kind of does, yeah.
He came straight out of the Witcher Netflix series.
So let's see. Lord of Innistrad, just generates vampire tokens, and his -2 ability is very solid. It boosts your entire team, and just like it's an emblem, which means for the rest of your game, your team is just going to be that much bigger.
Yeah. And token generation, pretty good.
Yeah. Vengeful Bloodlord gives all your stuff lifelink on your turn.
Oh.
And its +2 is not that great, but the -X, return target creature with converted mana cost X from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it becomes a vampire.
Okay, I'm going to need you to explain to me how the pluses and minuses work.
Okay. So here's how planeswalkers work. You see that number in the bottom corner?
The 3 and the 4 and the 4
yeah,
and
the
the
3
4
and the 4
and the 4 and the 6.
Yeah, those ones. That is its starting loyalty.
Sure.
It starts with that number of loyalty counters on it. If a planeswalker is ever dealt damage, it loses that much loyalty. And if it ever hits 0 loyalty, it dies.
Lachesis, thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Yo, Lachesis, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Haru's here too.
I am
It's true.
here.
How is everyone?
Because if I
stream?
wasn't here, Ian would be totally helpless.
True. I would be bored out of my mind. It was all right. Hell yeah, we love all right streams.
Nice.
Playing Skyrim for a bit. Haru knows a thing or two about Skyrim.
I do.
We're making a vampire deck in Magic the Gathering. We're kind of on podcast mode a little bit.
Yeah, it's just kind of be chill, open up a tab, play a game, or do your homework or whatever you need to do, and we're just kind of chatting about cards.
I hope you're all having a good night.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, I'm Vampire Ian. I'm a vampire VTuber. I play card games. This is one of them.
But anyway, back to talking about how planeswalkers work.
Yeah, please explain to me how these things work.
So that's how the loyalty. That's what loyalty
Also true.
is.
Also
it's
true,
like,
Lachesis.
that's how much it starts with. And yeah, that's how much it starts with. And if it ever reaches 0 loyalty, it dies.
Sure. Makes sense.
Every turn, anytime you can play a sorcery, unless otherwise stated on the card, you can use one of its abilities, and the cost of the ability is either add that many loyalty counters or remove that many loyalty counters. So, for example, let's take a look at Sorin, Lord of Innistrad, who enters with 3 loyalty. You can either +1, which puts him to 4 loyalty, or -2, which puts him down to 1 loyalty.
Yeah.
And of course, you cannot pay a cost that you do not have, so you cannot make him use the -6.
Card so I
Thank you for the follow, Sir Scribbler.
Nice. Hello.
That means we are 6 away from reaching 400.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're getting close.
You're also getting close to 1K on Twitter, so be sure to hop over to twitter.com/TheEmpireIan and click that follow button.
We are like 25 away, I will say, on Twitter. But you know, I'm also like
close.
What is it? 27 away from 100 on YouTube.
Yeah.
So subscribe to the YouTube too.
Literally just follow Ian everywhere. If you're not, you're missing
to the grocery
out.
store.
Yeah. Ask them for not artifacts. Autographs.
Yeah.
Or artifacts, I don't know. They work in a museum.
That's
they might
true.
be able to pull some strings.
I will not. If anyone's taking the artifacts home, it's me. So that means that the ability there to summon a token also adds to its loyalty, to its health, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And the last ability is usually referred to as the ultimate because that's like its big bad super ability that requires a lot of build up. Yeah. It requires multiple episodes for him to charge his spirit bomb before he can actually use it.
Yeah. Although Soren Imperious Bloodlord has a one that's not that bad.
Yeah.
And it just does a search. That's all.
It is
searches
not a search.
It searches and summons. What the fuck?
It is not a search. It's from your hand.
Oh, from your hand. I see.
Yeah.
So it just blanks the mana cost.
Yeah. So
that could be really good, actually.
Cards like Butcher of Malakir that cost 7.
Yeah.
Nope. They only cost 3. It only costs however much Soren costs, which is 3.
Yeah.
And
also that Soren looks like he's from an 80s movie.
He does.
It's like we got 80s high fantasy movie Soren, and we have Netflix special more Soren.
Mm-hmm.
We got 90s TV show Soren right here. We have 2000s video game, like late 2000s. He's right out of Metal Gear Revengeance right there.
Yes. True.
He's about to fight Senator Armstrong.
Now, which of these Sorens is most likely to listen to My Chemical Romance?
I think the Mirthless. I think the Mirthless is the most likely.
Yeah.
Mirthless looks like he could be in the band right now.
True. But yeah, that -3 ability you mentioned on Soren Imperious Bloodlord. That is why this card costs $30 and has a 33% synergy bonus compared to all the rest.
It just cheats out cards.
It cheats out cards all day long, and it can also sacrifice your vampires if you need. It's an additional sack outlet, and
and it also functions as a removal spell at the same time.
Yeah, and also it can basically turn your vampires into temporary, like vampire Nighthawks by giving them Death Touch and Lifelink.
That's silly.
That's
probably the good one. That's probably the good one.
Yeah, that's the one that I recommend we play.
Yeah. As much as I want to play Netflix special Soren, and as much as Lord of Innistrad looks like he would be good, 80s fantasy movie Soren is probably just better.
Yep.
Let's see here. Imperious Bloodlord. Wait, his last name is Markov?
Yeah.
So he's the son?
Brother.
Okay, so why is he a planeswalker and Edgar a legendary creature?
Because planeswalking, the ability to planeswalk is not genetically hereditary.
Sure.
Is it just like,
or is it just random?
It's I don't know the lore of it. It's just like, in order to be able to planeswalk, you need a spark. You need a planeswalker spark.
Sure.
And the way you do your planeswalking ability is, well, the first time someone ever planeswalks is when something incredibly traumatic happens to them and they like yeet out of that universe into a different one.
What the fuck?
And yeah, I don't know. And
I wish they had made a Planeswalker Godzilla card.
Oh God.
Godzilla should be a planeswalker.
Yeah. But yeah, like if spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen the new Doctor Strange movie, Multiverse of Madness. Close your ears for like a minute. I like to think of America as a planeswalker. Like that's kind of what she does. Is she like that's her entire experience was the reason she started being able to planeswalk in the first place, or the reason she does it at all, is whenever something traumatic happens to her. And she's just like, yeet, out of that universe into a different one.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure that made a lot of sense to the people who watched that movie.
Yeah, she is a character who can't... She's also a lesbian.
Uh-huh.
Which is represented in the movie by the fact that she's wearing a pride pin during the entire movie.
Sure.
That's the only way it's represented.
Something easy to edit out, eh?
There's no mention of her being a lesbian or her being attracted to girls or anything. It's just she wears a pride pin.
She should rail a girl. True. Any truers?
Yep.
Any truers in chat?
Yep.
Are we at lands now?
We are now at lands. So
utility lands first, I suppose.
Yep. Utility lands first. And
they should make a Disney Marvel movie that's just a 2-hour porno where girls are fucking each other.
Oh my god.
That's phase 69. Thank you. Remember everyone, like, share, subscribe, ring the bell, give a follow, give me your Twitch Prime subs, subscribe to my Patreon for more amazing content like this.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, you do not need probably most of these utility lands.
Not Urborg, Tomb of the Yawgmoth?
You do want Urborg, Tomb of the Yawgmoth. That's one you do want.
Do I actually have a Patreon? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I post to it. I don't post a lot, but I post when I'm going live. And
yeah,
theoretically, eventually, I'll have. In fact, the next video I make is gonna go up there early. That's what I'm gonna say.
Hell yeah! Go ahead and support you. You know how Ian is not a Twitch affiliate, and therefore you cannot subscribe to them $5 a month. You can on Patreon.
True.
That's the thing you can do on Patreon.
That is true.
If you want to sub to them, but you can't because they're not affiliated, you can do that instead. And unlike being a Twitch affiliate, they actually get the money.
Yeah, I get all the money. Well, I don't get all the money. Patreon gets a little bit of it.
You don't get all of it, but you get more money than you would off a Twitch sub.
That is true. Twitch does take a giant chunk of every subscription that you do on twitch.tv/whatever streamer you're subscribing to.
Yeah.
I applied to do a camaraderie, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. It's like Patreon, but it's more leftist. that's really the only way to describe it. So I put in Urborg, Tomb of the Yawgmoth.
Yeah. So this top line...
There's not a command for it, Morphe. It's in my card, though. See, Bachu's helping out. Just go into my card. You'll find that there. It'll be the one that has the Patreon logo as a link. Just click on the Patreon logo on my card, and you'll find my Patreon.
Yeah. I'm just okay. So those top 4 utility lands
Yeah.
include all of them.
Okay. I'm on it. Bojuka. Vault of the Archangel. Vault? Is that a Fallout reference?
Vault 69, baby.
Castle Lochthwain. There we go. The 4 are in.
Also, a little comment on Castle Lochthwain. Does that not look like Aladdin's lamp?
Yeah, that's a little bit. Does just a bit.
I'm pretty sure that's intentional.
I must imagine. I must imagine that it is.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. As for the second line of cards, I am heavily debating on whether or not you bother including Cabal Coffers.
Mm-hmm.
Because that card is only good if you happen to have Urborg out. Otherwise, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the smart thing to do.
Pretty win more in a singleton format.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the smart thing to do is probably don't include it.
Yeah.
What you do want to include, however, it's up to you if you want to include Reliquary Tower. It's not gonna help you hit any of the colors that you want, but it will help you not have to discard down to hand size if you want to not do that.
My favorite effect. No maximum hand size. The Cipher the Sky Dragon special.
So yeah, that will be your decision.
I don't care too.
As for Phyrexian Tower, definitely include that one.
Okay. Oh my god, Phyrexian is a big thing.
Yep, the Phyrexians are one of the big bad villains in the MTG story arc. They're the current villain that they're focusing on because they just wrapped up Eldrazi a while back, and they wrapped up Nicol Bolas a while back, and now the current big bad that everyone has to worry about is the Phyrexians.
Sure.
Although the Eldrazi will probably be back someday, and maybe they'll find a way to bring back Bolas too. Who knows? But yeah. With that said, though, let's see what's next. Eiganjo. I'm gonna say include it.
Sure.
Yeah, because there's no reason not to, right? Because worst case scenario, it's just another land. Best case scenario, you have a lot of lands and you use it as a removal spell. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Seems reasonable to me.
No reason not to. The next line of stuff.
Oh, this is a weird one. The Abbey Profane Prince.
Westvale Abbey. That one's more of a meme card. I don't think it's particularly that good.
That doesn't seem good.
But if you want to transform it into Ormondal, it's a 9/7 with flying, lifelink, indestructible, and haste.
And we do make a lot of creatures to sacrifice.
Yeah. So it is there. Downside of running that card, of course, is the fact that it doesn't tap for any of your colors.
Yeah. It seems win more.
Yeah, it's just kind of a meme card.
It doesn't really fit the win condition either.
Yep.
beyond sacrificing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Or creatures, I mean.
But as for the rest of these, I don't think you really need to include any of them. Maybe Rogue's Passage?
We don't
Well,
need
I
to
guess
add
Ancient
Kaiba's
Tomb.
Crossroads.
Kaiba's Crossroads.
Yep, that's what it says.
Yeah.
Don't read it.
Okay, I'm gonna say Mortuary Mire. You probably also want to have.
Okay. It's funny that with how long this stream has gone, it's just going to be building the deck. We're not even going to play it.
Yeah. True. Very true.
All right. Any of these other ones?
I think that's it for the utility lands.
Sure.
Yeah. That just leaves
Land
the regular
lands.
lands. Okay. How many cards do you currently have in the deck?
We are currently at 74 cards.
Okay, and that's not including the commander?
Not including the commander. I learned my lesson.
Alright, 70. So 99 minus 74.
I'm going to drink a little water real quick while you do the math.
So that gives us 25 lands. And probably we want like 3 of those to be basic swamps and the 2 more to be one of each of the other basic land types.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's gonna be 5 right there. 3 swamps, 1 plains, 1 mountain.
We go ahead and put them in?
Yeah.
Okay, basic swamp. 1, 2, 3. It's plains.
Yeah, plains.
1, and then mountain.
Mm-hmm.
1. All right. 1 mountain, 1 plains, 3 swamps.
Nice. Now, as for the rest of this stuff, every single one of those lands on the top row.
Okay.
And every single one of the lands on the second row.
just good lands.
Yeah, they're all great.
All right.
Some of them enter tapped, which is a bit of a downside, but for the most part, they're just solid.
Path of Ancestry. Voldaren Estate, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Godless Shrine. Blood Crypt, makes sense. Is Blood Crypt the one that I have? That I pulled? Maybe.
I don't think so, unless you opened a pack from one of the Ravnica sets, which I don't think you did.
No, I don't think I did. However,
I'm
I
pretty sure
have
you
gotten a
opened-
couple of cards that were not from the set I was pulling in.
True, but I don't think Blood Crypt was one of those types that was like that.
Yeah.
Also,
Sacred Foundry.
do you care for these cards that you're including? Do you care for them following a realistic IRL budget, or do you care for just them being good? Because I have better cards that you could include instead of Godless Shrine, Blood Crypt, and Sacred Foundry that are just...
Are they reserved list bullshit?
Yes. They're just strictly better versions of those cards.
Let's just fuck off restricted list. Did I unaffiliate? Babe, I was never affiliate.
So what's your take on it? Do restricted list or don't?
Get him out of here. I don't want him.
Okay.
That's a rich man's game.
There.
I never took the affiliate contract because it's bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the contract just sucks.
Yeah, the cards I had in mind were like the original dual lands, which just like they don't enter the battlefield tapped or anything, where you don't have to pay 2 life to have them not enter tapped.
Yeah,
they just simply don't enter
fucking
tapped.
play them, and
yeah,
woe be unto your opponent.
And it turns out that is a massive fucking upside.
Yeah, even though you can only play 4, like, you know, good enough.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Unclaimed
I
territory?
Kind of like the fetch land. Yeah, unclaimed territory. Probably. Yeah.
But yeah, like I'll probably never build this in real life because of how expensive some specific cards of it are.
Yeah, yeah.
But also, if I want to at some point in my life, I would like to be able to.
Yeah.
if we use cards from the reserved list, there's just no way. That shit's thousands of dollars. Actually, let me. There was a way. Like I know there's a website that shows you some of the cards that are. Oh yeah, Ancestral Recall, 5,499. Oh no, the beta edition though is 10,999 and 99 cents. That's the market average. That's the average price of it. The market price is only 5,000-ish. Oh, only, you know. Oh yeah, Badlands. That's one of the double lands. Beta edition is 2,000. Unlimited edition is 700. Alpha is fucking 5,000.
Yep.
Revised is 500. So yeah. Are reserved list stuff legal in Commander? Like, I know it's an open format, but God, what the fuck?
Yeah. Unless they're otherwise specifically banned because the card is too broken for Commander, you're allowed to play them. You know, you can play Ancestral Recall and Time Walk, and obviously all the dual lands are perfectly legal.
If I ran tournaments, I would fucking ban them. Anything on the reserved list would be banned. Look, it could either be a collector's item or a card. It can't both be a collector's item, a historic collector's item, and a playable card. If the card requires a mortgage, it's not allowed to be played.
Simply allow proxies.
That's true.
Or even better, simply don't have cardboard cost that much money.
Just print new ones. Just print your own at home.
Yeah. Just use your printer. That everyone obviously has a printer.
Just cut it
Can't
out
go-
and paste it on
can't-
top of your bulk.
Better hope you have a printer because they sure as hell don't have them at libraries because libraries sure as hell don't exist anymore because they keep getting defunded.
Yay. All right.
Anyway.
Let's finish out this deck.
Yeah, we've got, I think my calculation says 12 cards left.
Yeah, we're at 88 right now.
Okay, let's see. Vault of the Champions. No, not Vault. Maybe Vault of the Champions. The thing is, like, if you...
Oh,
ideally,
this is a card made for Commander, I see.
Yeah. Because if you do end up playing just, like, 1v1, then it's just, like, bad.
Mm-hmm.
Better, instead, would be Shattered Sanctum.
Mm-hmm. Simply draw it later.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, after your first 2 land drops, they will enter untapped, and since you're only going to be running 3 of those that have that effect, it's not going to be too painful to have that downside.
Remind me, playing lands is a hard once per turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you have a card that can make you play more than 1 land per turn.
Sure.
It is hard once per turn.
Yeah. It's like normal summoning in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a once per turn unless
Yeah, unless something changes the rules.
Unless your card breaks the rules, yeah. Sammy Yaza, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream?
Hello.
I hope it was good.
Yeah.
I hope it was
Howdy,
a good
howdy.
one. What were you playing? Hi, Sammy. Hope you're doing well. Tabletop sim. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Haunted Ridge. Do we want Haunted Ridge too?
Hang on.
A little bit of Jackbox
Yes.
and tabletop? Hell yeah.
Yes, you do want Haunted Ridge.
Me when my ridge is haunted. Cavern of Souls might be good.
Yes, it's so good.
Alrighty. Considering we're tribal.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. But yeah,
Then
welcome
you
everyone. We're just
want-
playing, or not playing, we're building decks in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Sundown Pass.
Yeah.
Just gotta make sure you have that cycle.
Yep, we have all... Ooh, this one had a print in Innistrad. Or not Innistrad. Crimson Vow.
Yeah.
Innistrad's the thingy. The set of sets. The world.
It's the plane. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know
My-
why it doesn't link. If you want link, I can get you link. There we go. There is link.
So my math is saying we've got 8 more lands to fill.
We are currently at 92, so yes.
All right. Is that 92 with or without the commander?
Without.
Okay, so 7 more lands actually,
Ah,
because it's 99 plus the commander
uh-huh.
makes 100. So 7 more lands. You already added Cavern of Souls, right?
Yes.
Okay. Add the fetch lands. So Marsh Flats, Arid Mesa, and Bloodstained Mire.
Okay. So tell me them again.
Marsh Flats.
Marsh. I'm going down to the marsh. Caribou, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders.
Hello.
How are you all?
Welcome.
How are you doing, Ben? How have you been? Nice to see you all. We're building a deck in Magic the Gathering. Haru is helping me. Sleepy? That's fair. How was your stream? Hope you're doing well. Sabrina, did you shout out Sammy as well? Yes, you did. Okay, good. Thank you. But yeah, hope you had a good stream, and everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Vampire Ian. I'm a vampire VTuber. I do lots of card games. I do other things too, but we're doing card games tonight. And I'm joined by Haru.
Yeah.
Marshland was Marshland?
Marsh Flats.
Marsh Flats. Okay, there it is. What's the other one? Next one?
Arid Mesa.
Arid. I'm glad you had a good stream. Arid Mesa. There it is. Third.
Bloodstained Mire.
Bloodstained Mire. Alright. Got them fetchies.
Alright. 4 more to go. What should they be? And we could always add more basics.
Stream is going well. You're having a chill time. We've been in podcast mode a little bit. Yep, 4 more. Just making a vampire deck. Haru's helping me out because I don't know shit about shit when it comes to Magic the Gathering. It's like the one card game I don't play on any kind of basis.
I'm debating on whether or not to include the pathways. Because the pathways have the upside of they enter untapped, and you get to choose a color. However, whatever color you choose, you are stuck with.
Aha. Only starting to get in the Master Duel a little bit. Is that because of Cabbage? Did Cabbage rope you into getting into Master Duel? Specifically to play against you with Performa Pals?
Okay. I'm going to make the decision.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You probably want... Okay, I'm trying to think of the name of certain cards that aren't listed here. I'm gonna Google them.
That is fair. Obviously, I have a much greater understanding of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since that is my brand. I've been out here comparing cards to Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards all night. But at this point, we're in the mana part of it, so like nothing compares to Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore.
EFC. There we go. Alright, so now... Where are they? Which ones are they? NDFC lands.
Yeah, the pathways are interesting. They seem to be like a instant gratification kind of thing, and then you're stuck with your choice.
Yeah. Like, the way I tend to play pathways is I play them last.
Yeah.
Like, I hold them until the last possible moment. Unless I, like, especially need this one color, this one turn to do the play that I want to do, I'll hold off.
For sure.
We could add Emiria's Call as a non-land / land. That's the one I wanted. Shatter Skull Smashing. Add that one.
Shatter Skull Smashing. Okay, so it's one of those ones where you can play it as a land or as a removal spell.
Yeah.
Or as a sorcery. I guess it's removal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is removal. All right.
Then, as for the rest of them, how many do we have left? 3?
3.
All right. Add one of each basic land.
Sure. Should we add one of each basic land, or should we add one of each pathway?
Good question. Sometimes basic land type matters. Well, like, the fact that they are basic lands matters. Because sometimes your opponent will play, like, a floodgate that makes all non-basic lands enter tapped, for example.
So these don't count as a basic land because of the fact that you can flip them over?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Like, yeah. Also, the fact that you're playing fetch lands means having slightly more basic lands would be good.
True. All right.
Now, when you are playing the fetch lands, you don't necessarily want them to be the basic lands that you grab, because they can also grab the, like, Blood Crypt and Godless Shrine and stuff like that.
Sure. But this just adds more targets for them.
Yeah. Like, if theoretically you've drawn all your other basic land type cards and you draw your fetch lands, then that can help you grab more.
All right.
Is that it? Are we at 99 plus the commander?
Yes, we are. Let me
That is it.
Hey, you're already looking at it. So there we have it. Deck.
Uno Deco has been completed.
We have our funny little guy.
Yeah.
Mr. Markov.
Mr. Edgar Markov. Oh, shit. Hang on. That's fine. We don't need that card. There's a card that's really good in Standard right now that I was kind of expecting to show up on this list, and it didn't. And so I forgot about it. But I think what we have is maybe a little bit better. But the card in mind... Actually, no. Fuck it. Show me the enchantments you have right now.
Enchantments. Smothering Tithe, Shared Animosity, Rally the Ranks, Legion's Landing, Exquisite Blood, Cathar's Crusade, Blind Obedience.
Okay, Shared Animosity, I think. Alright, I'm gonna leave this decision up to you. If you want... So Shared Animosity is great if you want to just play super aggressively and just, like, attack every turn, kill your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to play a slightly slower game that can generate advantage over time. The card you want to look at is Wedding Announcement.
Wedding announcement. Aha. At the beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on Wedding Announcement. If you attack with 2 or more creatures this turn, draw a card. Otherwise, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Then, if Wedding Announcement has 3 or more invitation counters on it, transform it. It won't let me look at the transformation.
The backside just says creatures you control get +1/+1.
Aha.
It's a small effect. It's probably not as good as the card that I'm saying you could swap it out for.
Sure, animosity.
Yeah. But it does have a flavor win in that the wedding in question for Wedding Announcement is the wedding between Edgar and Olivia.
Yeah, and they apparently sent the invitation to Dracula.
Yeah.
Like that's just Dracula.
Yeah.
As much as the flavor in like appeals to me, I play dinosaurs. I like big bungus attack big.
Fair. Yeah.
I don't like slow game. I like fast game where attack big for big damage. Speaking of which, I need to do a Speedroid deck list at some point. And if that does well, I'll probably do a dinosaur deck list.
Here it is. The meme that instantly popped in my head as soon as you said, that's just Dracula. I'll post it in our chat.
Oh, the fucking...
Aha, Jonathan, you're banging my daughter.
The fucking Hotel Transylvania thing. Yeah, yep. Fair enough. God. Why do those movies exist? How do they make so many of them? Like, the animation is really good. I'm not going to shit on the animation. Gennady Tartakovsky is fucking incredible. However, Adam Sandler is insufferable. I cannot stand his... Awful.
So,
simply terrible.
With that, I think the deck is complete.
That's the
deck, took us almost baby. 5 hours.
5 hours of deck building.
Probably would have only taken us 3 if we didn't go on so many tangents.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I think a vital part of the deck building process is talking about the zebra Marty from Madagascar.
Yeah, and the Mario movie.
Yeah, and talking about
Mario Bros. Movie. The good Mario movie, not
the good Mario movie, but also talking about Chris Pratt, noted anti-Italian bigot. Public anti-Italian discrimination, Mr. Chris Pratt.
Yeah. It has been a wild stream.
It's been a stream. We've had a time. So that's the, I guess that's like, it's not the first episode, but it's like the first official episode of FriGay Nights.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to call it FriGay Night Lights. But like, I don't know if the reference quite fits. I've never seen that show or movie or whatever the fuck it is.
Fun fact, my cousin plays a role in that.
What the fuck?
Yeah. He lives in California.
Wild.
Well, he's not my immediate cousin. He's like my second cousin, I think. But yeah.
That's a very big difference in Alabama.
God,
God. Oh boy. Ready? You want to head over to the chatting scene?
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know if we need to wrap up yet, but I think we're done looking at the deck list. Especially since we just spent 5 hours agonizingly creating it.
Also, watch it be terrible.
Oh, I'm sure it is. It's.
Let's take it for a spin, and I'm gonna crush you with literally any deck ever.
Yeah, you're gonna bring, splinters, blights, slivers. There we go. That's the word. And I'm gonna get my ass beat. This has certainly been an experience, one that no one will forget.
But now, more importantly, you now have a commander deck if we ever decide to break our usual routine of just not playing commander.
True. My usual routine is not playing Magic at all, so you know.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's there. It's there. You have it now.
It's here. It's queer.
It is very queer. Have you seen some of the cards you have?
Those cards were they were pretty
forget the fact that the two characters are having a straight wedding. Like, the fact that they're vampires at all just makes it queer.
They're queering straightness. That's what it is.
Yeah. Or they could both be bi, or like ace, you know, ace spec.
T for T. It's T for T. That's what it is.
T for T. You know, Edgar transmask, Olivia transfemme. There you go.
That's exactly what it is. Yep. We figured it out. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Yeah.
And now a word from our sponsor, Raytheon. Raytheon would like to wish you all a happy Pride, and we hope that your wedding isn't going to be bombed by our weapons. Oh boy.
We're almost at 3 a.m.
It is very close. Should we hold it?
Let's do the live 3 a.m. tweet. All right, chat.
I'm getting it ready.
You got any last minute thoughts to fill in the next 3 minutes of content?
The chat doesn't have thoughts. They have opinions. There's a big difference.
Yes. Yep.
See?
Head empty. No thoughts. Never done a thunk in my life.
Okay, I'm going to be looking down while I look at my phone here to get the 3 a.m. tweet ready. Live.
Remember, kids, thinking leads to ideas, and that's bad.
True. This statement brought to you by the U.S. government. Oh yeah, gotta do the art by the Fallen Blush, who did lovely emotes for me. You should all follow.
Always read that as the Fallen Push. Every single day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't capitalize a Twitter handle. The words just kind of blend together.
Also, that's just what happens with my brain in reading literally any word ever.
Fair enough. Oh boy. What's happening next time?
For me,
I meant for this series, but yeah.
Oh. For the series, in 2 weeks?
Yeah, we do it.
Yeah,
bi-weekly.
2 weeks. I just want to make sure 2 weeks from now didn't conflict with both of our busy weekend, but it doesn't. Fine. Yeah, so in 2 weeks, we're gonna play some Fire Emblem Three Houses. This is gonna be our next series.
Yep. And it's going to be under the banner of FriGay Nights.
Yeah.
That still doesn't feel right in the mouth. I don't know.
Yeah. It might get better. Who knows?
Yeah, it might.
It
looks so good,
and
though.
Yeah, it's very visually appealing. Yeah, so since we recently finished the Pokemon series I finally have finished a Pokemon game.
Congrats.
At age 26.
13.
I was about to say 36, but no.
Okay. I thought you were going to say 13. I was like, baby.
I feel 36, for God.
All right, it's 3 a.m. I'm posting it.
It is 3 a.m. Let's go.
On Twitter. Go like it. Go like it and retweet it and shout it to the heavens. It is 3 a.m. Oh yeah, use the emote. If you don't have better Twitch TV installed, shame on you. But also get installed so you can use the emote.
So yeah, that said,
next time, Fire Emblem Three Houses. I believe I'm the one playing it, and we're gonna be doing it over here.
We have yet to decide what route, but we'll do a route.
Yeah, I figure probably not Edelgard, because I've done Edelgard before.
Also, sadly, her route is the shortest one.
I did not know that.
Also, her route gets fewer cutscenes.
Interesting. That's so weird.
They just hate Edelgard, even though she's probably the one that you're supposed to be going for.
It's like the most popular character out of it, probably.
Yeah. Yep.
People love a bad woman. That's what can I say?
Yeah.
And oh brother, she bad.
You can step on me any day.
They hate to see a queer woman winning. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be doing that next time. What you got coming up, Haru?
Tomorrow is Fallout, our usual thing, and I'll be starting the Honest Hearts DLC because we recently finished Old World Blues last week, so we'll jump right into a new one.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
As for me, Sunday is Bug Snacks time, motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
Bug Snacks. It's gonna be Isle of Big Snacks. We're digging into the DLC.
Hell yeah.
We already experienced a little bit of the Big Snacks, but there's a lot more Big Snacks to go. What else? Next week will be more budget sealed series. So if you want to see some Yu-Gi-Oh, come out at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be playing Yu-Gi-Oh with Kara. And let's see here. Then next Friday there should be Dragon Quest with Snippet on Snippet's channel at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And then we're back to Bug Snacks again on the Sunday. It's Bug Snacks all Sundays.
Yay.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. All right. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that would be going on, so. All right. Who am I going to send you over to? Well, Seahorse is live doing the DJ set. That's the only one I see.
I see Monbun is playing Vampire.
Who?
This Malaysian VTuber that I follow. And Here, oh. There she is.
Aha, I see. Alright, I guess we'll do a mod bun. Seahorse has a lot of viewers currently. So we'll help someone out who doesn't have as many viewers.
Also, she's just playing a vampire game,
That's
which
also
I
true.
thought would be appropriate.
That's very fitting. Alright, I'm gonna send you on over to Monbun. Be kind and courteous. That is all I ask. Any last thoughts there, Haru?
It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time. 10 more billion cards in the deck. The vampire sweep, Morbius sweep. We're gonna sweep the whole tournament of Commander. The format. We're gonna break the format. Gonna do a Morbius sweep on them.
Vampires as a creature type are gonna be banned.
They're gonna have to ban Morbin out at the tournament.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna send you over. Let me get the thing. There we go. All right. I will see you all next time around. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to others, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.